even though it says pause.
It's recorded.
Oh, good. Okay, very good. Okay, welcome. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to it's day 3 of Subcommittee A. We are hearing submissions on the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill, and our first submission this morning is on behalf of JustSpeak, and we've got Katie Perkins and Kelsey Lee joining us. Morning, Kelsey. Thanks for joining us, and Katie, there you are as well. Welcome to the committee. We have you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora koutou, kia ora ngā mema o te committee, ko tai mai mau ko Kelsey, hei ngā kai kōrero no JustSpeak. Ko Katie Perkins, tōku ingoa ko te tiamana o JustSpeak.
Tēnā koutou, ko Kelsey tōku ingoa, and he senior campaigner. I am at JustSpeak. Hilda. So JustSpeak, in case you don't know, is a people-powered movement for transformational change in the criminal justice system in Aotearoa. Yeah, I'll hand it over to you.
Ka pai. So on behalf of JustSpeak here, we strongly recommend that the committee reject the bill in its entirety. Te tiriti o Waitangi is foundational to Aotearoa. It provides a place for us all to belong and work together to create a fair, just and flourishing Aotearoa. The bill is divisive and proposes to erase tino rangatiratanga and extinguish the rights of Maori that were agreed to by the Crown in 1840. It will make it almost impossible to legally honour the commitments of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. The government has deliberately excluded Maori from consultation and evidence from experts in an attempt to distort what was actually agreed to in the original text of Te Tiriti.
Should it pass, this bill will be applied to all legislation, changing the way that Te Tiriti is interpreted in law. This means potentially ending the Crown's obligation to address the significant overrepresentation of Maori impacted by the criminal justice system. Te Tiriti o Waitangi can ensure that everyone has what they need to thrive, and by decolonising the justice system, we can strengthen communities, not prisons. JustSpeak strongly recommends that the committee reject this bill in its entirety and instead have a conversation about how we can truly honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi and Aotearoa in New Zealand. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kelsey. Katie, very concise. Members, open to you for questions. First one's from Todd Stevenson.
Well, thank you. Thank you both for being here. Why does JustSpeak think Maori are overrepresented in the justice system?
I mean, it's pretty clear from the huge range evidence that our justice system is systemically racist towards Maori, was not set up to ensure that Maori were honoured within the justice system. Not only are we overrepresented in terms of being imprisoned and being stopped and searched by police, but also in victimizations as well. The justice system doesn't look after Maori. It just causes intergenerational problems for us.
Mr. Chair, if I might, just a follow up.
Yes, go, Todd.
No, thanks. I appreciate that. But specifically, what do you think the issues are? Is it employment opportunities? Is it homelessness? Is it social deprivation? Do you specifically think what the issues are?
I mean, the issues will be different for every person involved, right? But yeah, we know that there's usually a large amount of drivers to lead people to being in the justice system, and those range from what you said, from poverty to housing, but also, I guess in this context as well, historic injustices that have led people to being in that position as well. I guess they're important to highlight.
Yeah, I can somewhat add to that as well. Exactly, in terms of there's massive historical injustices that have occurred which have caused many Māori whānau to be in a place that they wouldn't have dreamed of decades and decades ago. As a police officer, now retired, I worked on the front line and would see the impact of just not being able to get that next foot up the rung of the ladder, I suppose, in society, and it would take one slip up and you're back in that justice system and in a cycle that is really, really hard to break. And you'd see that then impact not just the one person who may be having to deal with the justice system, but the whole whānau and the ripple effects from that. And with over-representation of Māori in the justice system, that's why I believe, and JustSpeak believes, that the system isn't set up to support Māori to flourish.
Thank you, Todd. I'll go to Celia Wade-Brown.
Yora, thank you for coming along. I had a question about your experience during the debate in communities about this bill. Do you think it's increased expressions of racism, or do you think it's increased people's ability to understand Te Tiriti?
I mean, yes, I definitely think there's been an increase in racism, and I think while we could be having a conversation that does help people's understanding around Te Tiriti o Waitangi, that feels really hard to achieve when we have one side of the debate, trying to set or trying to rewrite what's in Te Tiriti essentially, right? So, so the proposed articles within the legislation are not accurate of what is was agreed to in Te Tiriti. So it feels like the starting point from the debate isn't coming from, from a right perspective. Sorry, and I definitely, I mean, I've noticed an increase in racism around the community, particularly the divisiveness as well. People have tended to kind of strongly choose one side, and there being little room for any discussion.
Yeah, and again, just to add to that, I've seen, I believe this bill is hoping to play on the ignorance of a large part of our society, those who are maybe a bit older and have missed out on a lot of treaty education that is now happening a lot in our younger people and our younger generations coming up. So it feels like a sort of last gasp effort potentially by those sort of leading this bill to take advantage of a society or a group of people older in our society who haven't actually come to terms with what Te Tiriti really means for Aotearoa.
Thanks, Celia. I did have one from Tracy before, but if Tracy doesn't want the question, Tracy, I'll go to you and then back to Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did put my hand down temporarily because you had very aptly answered the question that I had in my mind. But you are like a grassroots organisation, so you must, come into contact with all different sorts of people who are willing to engage with issues in various different ways. And you talk about the sort of difference between those demographics. Have you had any examples where people have surprised you, where the discourse or the conversations have been a little bit more enlightened from those demographics? Because we've certainly had some submitters that you certainly couldn't typecast. So how has that been from your perspective while you've been engaging in this process?
Yeah, for sure. One of the really awesome things we've experienced recently is we've been interviewing some young people who have had experiences within the justice system. And one of the things that we heard from those interviews was the Rangatahi themselves were talking about the need for constitutional transformation in order to see change in the justice system. And yeah, that was a super exciting for us, as adults. We often talk about all these big ideas, but actually to hear that from the Rangatahi as well, and for them to be able to see the need for constitutional transformation was awesome. So yeah.
Thanks, Kelsey. We'll go to a question now from Todd Stevenson.
Thank you. You said you don't think that the principles of the bill as drafted reflect the articles of the treaty. Have you put forward what you think it should say?
We haven't put forward what we think it should say. We have put forward what it does say, and you'll be able to find that in our written submission.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further questions, I'll just on behalf of the committee thank you both for being with us this morning, for providing your written submission and for speaking to it as well. We do appreciate your time. We'll go now to our submission from, I think it's on behalf of a number of organisations. It's Wellington 10th Trust, also Palmerston North Māori Reserve Trust and Hikoikoi Management Limited. Now, I've got a number of names, but I'll just invite anyone who's in the room who is on behalf of the organisations to come forward to the table. And because I do have a number of names, maybe if you introduce yourselves and then we can take it away. But thank you for being with us this morning. We've got 10 minutes on the clock. So I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora, James. We'll just ask Tikaranga to open with karakia for us, please. Kia ora tātou, he kara kia tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia māki niki niki utia, kia mātaratara ki tai. He hia ki ana te atakura, he tio, he hoka, he hauhu, tihei, Maori ora. Kia ora mātou.
And James, on my right is Vicky Hollywell, who's the General Manager for Hikoikoi Management Limited. I'm Liz Mellish, and I'm the Chairman of Palmerston North Māori Reserve Trust in Te Raukura, the Wharewaka. And on my left is Tikaranga, who works for us. On screen, of course, is the Chairman of Wellington 10th Trust, Anaru Smiler, based in Taipo. And we're very happy to be here. I must say, some issues with traffic this morning coming in from the Wairarapa, but hey, you know, we made it in time. So firstly, I want to say, James, that we oppose the bill very clearly. And in fact, we find the need for us to discuss this somewhat offensive even. This bill does not do anything it purports to do, and instead has been a catalyst, as earlier people have said, division, racism and hatred since its inception. In the short space between the first reading to today, our communities are already seeing the effects of this harmful legislation. This is not beneficial to our country, our history or our perception on the world stage. Frankly, this is a national embarrassment. And just to add to that, I came from a meeting with the Aboriginal Ambassador, Justin Muhammad, and certainly our cousins in Moimoia are astonished that we're even having this discussion. They hold Aotearoa New Zealand and Maori as you know, rock stars in the racism space. And this has been quite surprising and shocking for them. Anyway, moving on. We are the mana whenua and hold mana whakahaere in the takiwara of Wellington, Lower and Upper Hutt cities. We represent the descendants of the original owners of the whenua in the transaction with the New Zealand company, who had the idea of how New Zealand should be colonised, who arrived here in 1839 and who we did a deal with, the transaction really being a trade agreement. And our iwi were the first peoples of Aotearoa to deal with the New Zealand company. And whilst we hoped that would give protection and enable us to trade worldwide, didn't quite work out like that, as we all know. And it didn't work out because the protection we thought with our powerful ally did not happen through the taking of our land, 209,000 acres in Wellington and the Lower Hutt, most of it taken as demesne lands or lands that were considered not used. And so we were alienated from our land. That happened pretty smartly. Currently, our ahi whenua trusts operate under laws that are restrictive, including the Tūturu Whenua Māori Land Act, the Māori Reserve Land Act, and every other, the Trustees Act, and so on. Despite the difficulties, however, of working through those situations, we've had to become more resilient. So we are. Despite this, our trusts have continued to be successful in various aspects, including economically, socially, culturally, and environmentally. We are strong contributors to the community in which we live, and our responsibility to the environment or the people within is paramount and is deeply rooted in Te Ao Māori. And our concept of kaitiakitanga, manaakitanga, stewardship of people in the land. This message is reinforced by the ohaki, or the dying wish of one of our rangatira who did the deal with the New Zealand company, Te Waripauri. He signed the treaty in 1840 on the 29th of April in the harbour on a boat called the Ariel. On his deathbed in 1842, he said, "I muri nei kia pai ki aku tonga Māori, tonga Pākehā, kia tai aki te haruru o te reo, kia hau I te rienga." meaning. After I have gone, be good to my Maori people and my European people. Let the thunder of your voice reach me in the spirit land. These are the words that still guide us today. In all that we do, it is vitally important that we live and breathe the final wish of our tūpuna. And can I say, I welcome you on our land, which was Honeana Tupuni's cultivation, on which this building sits. Thank you. And I'd hand to Anaru to add to this.
Finish off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a final point we'd like to make too is, as was stated in our submission, you can see that the laws that have been imposed on us over the last 180 years really is proof that there is no real thing as Māori privilege. And in fact, as you read through that, you can see that these laws have worked to undermine Māori and destroy our communities over many generations. However, we have and are managing to overcome these challenges, but it does come at enormous cost. So our fear really is that this ill-conceived bill seeks to overturn decades of jurisprudence, which has in fact been designed to try and support progress, and will lead to enormous cost burdens in future legal proceedings that will seek to sort out whatever mess is created through such ill-conceived legislation. And we really have to ask the question, for what purpose? Progress is not going to stop. And the Hikoikoi certainly showed and represented generations of progress in overcoming adversity. So we'd just sort of like to finish there to allow a bit of time for questions.
Good answer. Thank you, Liz. There's some water there as well if you'd like.
Oh, thank you.
I'll open up for questions. We've got time for a few questions from members. Before I do that, I'll just leave the committee for Hana Rāwhiti, Maipi Clark to participate and any other Te Pāti Māori members, just because they don't have a standing member of this subcommittee. Any objection to that? No, there's not. Thank you. Any questions, members, for the team? We'll go Hana Rāwhiti first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā rā koutou. I am here ki tō koutou kōrero i te ata nei. I just want to touch on you saying, Anaru, that there's no such thing as Māori privilege, and I think I've heard this all throughout the whole submissions, that there's something as that there's Māori privileges and that we've got all these privileges. I'm yet to see what that actually is. But I'd love for you to extend more on that that quote that you've just said, and kind of maybe the misconceptions and stereotypes that we see or hear as Māori.
Sure. Well, I'll give you a simple example in the land context. If you look at a lot of this legislation, it was designed for resources to be redistributed across the community. And I don't know if you remember the old Griffins ad back in the day where the world was getting gold and diamonds and jewels and New Zealand ended up with pineapple lumps. And so what this legislation and policies of the past ended up creating was that Māori being left with land resources that was landlocked, very expensive and difficult to develop. And so it was the pineapple lumps in amongst the jewels of New Zealand's land resources. And they came at a cost because all of that good prime land, etc., where Māori communities had thrived for generations, was ripped away from them, and they were left with these pineapple lumps. And there's been an enormous struggle over generations to try and do something with it. And so, despite having the toughest land, we also received no support and help in trying to actually develop the land, which was the hardest and most costly to develop to support communities. That, to me, is not privilege. So what the jurisprudence and stuff that has been occurring through the interpretation of the treaty principles more recently is to be able to support and help the development and address that imbalance. So, that's really been what the focus of what the treaty principles have been designed to try and do. And it's to actually try and help progress for an underprivileged community, not a privileged one.
Sure, thank you, Hana Rāwhiti. Thank you for your question. Look, thank you, Liz, Vicky, Te Karanga. Thank you for your time this morning and for being before the committee. We do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to, we don't quite have Mana Wahine with us, so we're going to go to a submission from Dame and Salmond. Who's joining us online?
Mute. Right. Is the camera not working?
No, it's not yet, Dame Anne. If you can manage to turn it on.
Right. Here we go. There we go.
That's right. Hey, good morning. Thank you for being with the committee. We have you for a 10-minute slot this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
E aku rangatira, tēnā koutou. My name is Anne Salmond, and I'm a professor of Māori Studies and Anthropology at the University of Auckland. And I'd like to make just 5 key points about Te Tiriti o Waitangi. These are based on a forensic study of the text of Te Tiriti and its historical context commissioned by the Waitangi Tribunal, with close colleagues Meremere Penfold and Cleve Barlow for the Muri Whenua land claim in 1992, and with Patu Hoiapa and Manuka Enari for the Paparahi o Te Raki claim in 2010. First, I'd like to argue that Te Tiriti o Waitangi describes neither a split state with 2 separate political systems on the one hand, nor a singular state with only one set of powers under the Queen's kāwanatanga on the other, the 2 extremes around which the debate over Te Tiriti has been polarizing. Rather, Te Tiriti in the original describes a power-sharing arrangement between the Queen and the rangatira with their hapu, in which the mana of all parties is respected. Secondly, I'd like to draw attention to the preamble to Te Tiriti, which is so often ignored because it describes how this arrangement was supposed to work on the ground. In the first line of the preamble, Queen Victoria promises the rangatira and their hapu in the plural that she will protect their rangatiratanga and their lands. In He Whakaputanga, the Declaration of Independence, Henry Williams, who also translated Te Tiriti into Te Reo, uses the term rangatiratanga to translate independence. From the outset, then, the independence of each of the rangatira and their hapu is guaranteed by the Queen. In exchange for this promise, each of the rangatira and the hapu agree to the kāwanatanga of the Queen. The kāwana, or governor, is described as a rangatira and a kaiwhakarite, literally one who makes things equal. This term was used to describe peacemakers who settled disputes among the kin groups, or judges in Te Paipere Tapu, the Holy Bible. The kāwana is thus a mediator or adjudicator, placed on an equal footing with the rangatira, not a ruler with absolute authority. According to William Colenso, in his powerful speech, Patuone spoke at length, quote, in favour of Mr. Hobson, and explained by bringing his 2 index fingers side by side that they would be perfectly equal and that each chief would be similarly equal with Mr. Hobson. In the preamble, through the introduction of law, the Queen promises that her kāwanatanga will deliver peace and tranquil living and prevent harm to both Indigenous inhabitants and settlers in all parts of the country and the islands. Kāwanatanga was thus about ensuring just and harmonious relationships that preserve the mana of all parties. And as our kāwanatanga, our government, that is your duty in relation to this bill. My last 3 points turn on the 3 articles or ture of Te Tiriti. In ture 1, the Queen tuku will give all the kāwanatanga or governance of their lands absolutely and forever to the Queen of England. Tuku is a term used in gift exchange, and Te Tiriti is phrased throughout as a gift exchange between each of the rangatira and the Queen. That term occurs a couple of times in the preamble in each of the ture. In He Whakaputanga, Henry Williams uses the term kingitanga and also mana to translate sovereign power and authority, while he uses kāwanatanga to translate a lesser power that the rangatira might delegate to someone of their own choosing. There's no doubt, I think, that in Ture 1, Henry Williams softened his translation of sovereignty to make it acceptable to the rangatira so they would sign. In Ture 2, Queen Victoria ratifies and agrees with each of the rangatira, the hapu, and all the persons of New Zealand, ngā tangata Maori, o ngā tangata katoa o New Tirani, to the tino rangatiratanga or independence of their lands, their dwelling places, and all of their treasures. So this is a multilateral, not a bilateral agreement. As we all know, after the promises made in Te Tiriti were breached by the Crown, some hapu fought with and others against the British Crown in the Northern Wars and later in the Land Wars. The independent mana of the kin groups is still cherished. In Ture 3, in exchange for the gift of kāwanatanga, the Queen promises to care for ngā tangata Māori o New Tirani, lowercase, the indigenous inhabitants of New Zealand, and tuku, or gives to them, ngā tikanga rite tai, absolute or quality, tikanga absolutely equal with her subjects, the inhabitants of England. As many authorities have pointed out, throughout Te Tiriti, Māori in the lower case is an adjective, meaning normal, everyday, local, indigenous. Tangata or persons in Te Tiriti are identified by their countries of origin, not race. Race is a colonial construct with no scientific validity and a horrible history associated with slavery, genocide, and other atrocities. Te Tiriti is about relationships. It's not about race. So the two-race interpretation of Te Tiriti is again a colonial artifact and mistaken. In the debates around this bill, it's being used to try and dishonour the promises that were exchanged in Te Tiriti between each of the rangatira and the Queen of England. And in Ture 3, the Queen promises that the indigenous inhabitants of New Zealand and the incoming settlers in their tikanga will be placed on an equal footing. Rite means equivalent, not the same. It's equality and difference. As kai whakarite, the government is supposed to ensure that these relationships among citizens are just and equal, the scales of justice in action. And as our kāwanatanga in relation to this bill, that is your duty. So here the mana of the Queen, the Governor, the hapu and the rangatira, the indigenous inhabitants and the settlers, and their tikanga are all respected. The question now arises, how do these promises reconcile with the Treaty Principles Bill? I would say not at all. Principle 1 of the bill gives the government full power to govern. This cannot be reconciled with the text of Te Tiriti, which describes a power-sharing relationship in which each of the rangatira and their hapu retain a measure of independence. Principle 2 of the bill attempts to erase the tino rangatiratanga of the rangatira and the hapu, which was agreed to by the Queen in Ture 2. Limiting it to those rights conceded by the Crown in treaty settlements. All other rights and responsibilities involved in te tino rangatiratanga of their lands, their dwelling places, and all of their taonga are cancelled at the stroke of a pen. Principle 3 of the bill says everyone is equal before the law and entitled to the equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination. Ngā tikanga rite tai describes relationships of equality in difference, not sameness. And this principle, as articulated in the bill, says nothing about how discrimination and losses of equality are to be remedied. In this bill, the ACT Party is trying to rewrite Te Tiriti o Waitangi to make it say what they wish it had said. If we were in France, say, and someone who couldn't speak French took it upon themselves to try and instruct the people of that country about the basic principles of an important constitutional document that they couldn't even read, they would be regarded as a lunatic or a fool. Here, a fringe party with little electoral support and less knowledge is taking it upon itself to rewrite the promises exchanged between the rangatira and the Queen in 1840. The arrogance of this is breathtaking. The fact that this coalition government has allowed this bill to proceed to this select committee in this parliament, in my view, is a disgrace to our democracy. It should be put in the dustbin of history, where it belongs. Kia ora.
Thank you, Damien. That's the 10 minutes we've got set aside
Yeah.
this morning. So I just want to acknowledge your submission on behalf of the committee and thank you for being with us.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
We are now going to backtrack in the program and go to a submission from Mana Wahine, who are with us online. Hopefully joining us is Aorangi Kawiti. Good Aorangi, thank you for being with the committee. We have you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā tātou katoa, tēnā koutou, ngā kaimahi o te pāremata, mō te komiti, whakawhiti kōrero e pāna ki tēnei pire. Ko Aorangi Kawiti tōku ingoa, I heke mai ahau, I ngā tini tūpono o ngā puhi nui tonu, te tai rāwhiti, tai nui waka, tu whare toa. Anō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I understand you have read my tono to you regarding this bill, and I won't repeat it. I just wish to add some names. Oh, firstly, actually, I would like to sing a waiata to open. This waiata I wrote to acknowledge the roles of women and men together, working together in a balance. And my tono today predominantly uplifts the roles and responsibilities and the authority, the mana of women, wahine Maori in particular, and wahine tiriti, tangata tiriti. Karanga maira, te mana o te wahine tu maira, te mana o te tāne hono maira, ki te ira tangata e. Aue ka putaki, ki te whaiau ka putaki, ki te ao marama ka putaki, a roto I tō whanau e. Aue, karanga maira e te iwi aue. I wish to mention further to my submissions. Oops, I lost connection.
We've still got you.
Oh, good. Okay. Oh. I'm not sure what to do here. I can't see anything. I'm in a low coverage area. Hold on a moment.
Aorangi, just so you know, we can hear you and see you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can't see it. All right, I'll just carry on. I wish to mention further to my submissions, further amazing wahine in our whakapapa and history. I refer to the daughter of Puhi Moanariki, Hauangiangi, who moi tau rā moko, and had Rahiri, our eponymous tupuna of Ngāpuhi. Ahuaiti, Moed Rahiri, and of course gave birth to Uenuku. Uenuku Moed Kare Ariki, another wahine of great money and prestige, and had Hauhaua. Hauhaua Moed Torongare, and had Hineamaru, who was the eponymous tupuna of Ngāti Hine. 7, 8 lines of whakapapa Kawiti Moed Kawa, and had Maihi Moed Hinengarino, and had Tiriri Moed Marara, and had Ngaone, who Moed Taurekareka Henare, and then had my grandfather Te Tāwai, who Moed Mata Matakino Wynyard, and had Paiki Tawhiti Te Raumua, and my father is number 12, Pera. My father, Pera Moed Hene Kohau Kolia, who introduced me to Māori Women's Welfare League at the age of about 10. We become members at the age of 12, and I have been involved with the Māori Women's Welfare League, ngā wahine Māori tuku I te ora, since then, and I'm 62, so that's a while, about 50 years. I want to mention also dames and Māori Women's Welfare League leaders, Whina Te Wake Kerepeti Kupa, Mira Sazi, or Miraka Petrisevich, Digares Te Kanawa, well known for her weaving, Iritana Tawhiwhirangi, well known for her support of Te Reo and Te Kohanga Reo, Tariana Turia, politicians Tariana Turia, well known for crossing the floor to stand for our rights. Nanaya Mahuta, who has made some amazing contributions to the political world. Hanarāwhiti Maipi Clark, our most recent young addition to Parliament, who just living and breathing and speaking in Parliament is an amazing manawahine, an example of amazing female leadership. Willow Jean Downs Prime from Ngāti Hine. And there are many, many others. I want to mention also, I diverge from the Māori Women's Welfare League briefly to mention Rosemary Seymour, the mother of David Seymour, who was born in New Zealand in 1919 and nominated for her pioneering work in establishing the Women's Resource Centre in Hamilton and her involvement in women's studies. She pioneered women's studies courses at Waikato University in 1974, and she brought to them her years of experience studying women, their relationships to each other, and to their work in countries around the world. And she encouraged us to research wahine more, and I completely agree with that. I am disappointed that this bill does not bring wahine to the fore in any way. And I now return to my closing statements. As uri of Ngāpuhi Nui Tonu, we acknowledge the findings of the Waitangi Tribunal inquiries, including the Stage 1 and 2 reports of Te Paparahi o Te Raki, that we did not cede sovereignty to the Crown, the Kāwanatanga, or anyone else. That this bill should be stopped, and any other associated bills that continue to tāhai our taonga tuku iho. As a mother and a grandmother of 7 children, 6 of whom are daughters, and 17 grandchildren, the majority of whom are granddaughters. I wish to mention my eldest mokopuna, Hine Wairua, and my second eldest mokopuna, Ella J. Tahua, and my third eldest mokopuna, Emily. These young women are our future, and I want our future to be great, not mediocre or poor. I wish that our future be great. In closing, I wish to sing another waiata in closing. I wrote this recently in regard to mothers, and it speaks of beauty of mothers and how they bring us together. And I'm singing about the bees, bumblebees in particular, because I can't see the clock, I'm sorry.
We've just hit 10 minutes, Aotearoa, so I'll have to ask you to bring the submission to a close very quickly.
Okay, then. I'll just sing one verse then. That's a bit low. Okay, we'll leave that. Piti pinui, rere hatu rere mai, rongo hia tereka, puti puti puawai. Now,
so Aotearoa, so we've run over time, so I'll ask you to make some very quick closing comments, and then we'll bring the submission to a close.
okay. Women are the key to our society. Our society is matriarchal, speaking of Māori society, and we need to return to where those strengths are. And that's really pretty much what I have to say. I want to mihi to all of you. I thank you for your beautiful ahua, your openness to our kōrero, and for hearing us today. Thank you very much. Oh, and I need to mention our new branch. So I come here under Mana Wahine, which I'm still a member of, but we have recently started a new branch of Māori Women's Welfare League called Te Aki Wahine, Te Aki Te Ao. And that basically means when you care for women, you care for the world. And I'll close on that note. Thank you. And I'd love to hear questions if there is time available.
No, sorry, Aotearoa, we're a couple of minutes over time now. So I'll just, on behalf of the committee, thank you for being with us this morning and for providing your submissions. Really appreciate it.
Kia ora.
We'll move now to our submission in person from Annette Sykes. So I'll welcome Annette to the table. Thank you for being with us this morning, Annette. We've got you scheduled in for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you and your colleague to take us away.
Ko te tuatahi kei te mihi atau kia tātou e hui mai nei, kei rara te maru o tō tātou nei treaty. Ko te karanga o te treaty e tū mai ana te Māori me te Pākehā ki te aha, ki te whai whakaro mō tātou i noho ana i tēnei whenua rangatira, i runga i te whakaro te tika me te punu. Ko te tuarua ka hoki aku mahara ki ngā Ropu katoa i tū ana ki te atamira kei te matatini, i ki ana te kāwai matatini. Kei te tino mihi ki o koutou e tū ana i runga i te whakaro o te mana Māori mo te hake me te tino rangatiratanga. Ana ka hoki au ki tēnei komiti whaiti kei te mihi atu au ki o koutou. I've provided a significant submission mainly because I was one of the lawyers that led the challenges to the Waitangi Tribunal, both about the coalition arrangements that sought to dismantle and savagely undermine the treaty itself. But I also come mandated for my peoples of Ngāti Pikiao, who once the ink was dried on the coalition arrangements between the National Party and the New Zealand First Party and the National Party and the ACT Party, immediately organised to reject any efforts by this present kawanatanga to undermine, rewrite, dismantle the aspects of Te Treaty which are sacred to us. As a matter of history, Te Arawa did not sign Te Treaty, but it's the one sacred document that stands in our House of Parliament, Tamata Kapua. It reminds us of the forging of relationships between those settlers that arrived here post-1840, but also, as Dr. Anne Salmond reminded, the multilateralism of the treaty itself, bringing together peoples of Aotearoa who in former times and the pre-existing times of the treaty had actually engaged with warfare with each other. So it is a peace document with two dimensions: the way to create an opportunity for laws and peaceful coexistence between and amongst hapu and iwi themselves, but more fundamentally to then engage with the arriving settlers and the kawanatanga that was established for them by the British sovereign. I want to endorse the statements that I heard this morning from Dr. Salmond, but I also heard them articulated earlier this month in submissions to yourselves by, I think, one of the most distinguished intellectual minds of the last century, and there have been many that you've been fortunate to listen to. Marilyn Waring was somebody that hit me with her submission. Two Prime Ministers, Dame Jenny Shipley and Sir Geoffrey Palmer, were actually those that encapsulated the essence of unity that the treaty provided, but also to remind that the pillars of the rule of law are built on the constitutional apparatus, which only gains legitimacy if we accept He Whakaputanga and Te Treaty as part of the fabric of the creation of the modern Aotearoa New Zealand state. Recently, I listened to a rap artist. His sentiments reminded me immediately that the coalition agreements and those that support it, the people that it supported, are people that are not like those esteemed people that I've just talked about. He called out to the American populations to reject people that are not like us. And I'm urging this select committee to reject those individuals that stand behind this minority party, the ACT Party, to promote an ideology of supremacy over the ideology of kindness, of mindfulness, of mutual respect, of dignity, which are entrenched in Te Treaty itself. It's really disturbing that this isn't the first time either that this kawanatanga apparatus has tried to dismantle the treaty. I remember in 2007 a similar effort by Rodney Hyde that was actually supported by the Labour Party at that time. So while there is a lot of people saying that the National Party and the other two minor parties that they have coalesced with to form power is at fault, what is, I think, highlighted by the fact that this isn't the only time that you've tried to dismantle the constitutional foundation stone of our country, that in fact the arrogance of that permeates on the wrongful belief that this Parliament in some way subsumes, undermines, and has the right to create privileges or to deny privileges for the populations of the Maori world. That must be rejected by this committee, because to do otherwise would actually to not recognise the soul of the nation that we are founded upon. I also highlighted in my submission that we must, as the Court of Appeal and other superior courts have said, look to the treaty text itself and not the principles of the treaty, because the treaty text itself is based on values, kare e roto, which I think are really fundamental. The English language text of the Treaty of Waitangi does not in any way give force to some of the sentiments that are more nuanced in the Māori text. You heard from Professor Ahorangi Ani Makaire on those matters. I don't wish to traverse them, but I would draw the Select Committee's attention to her very well considered deconstruction of how the English text and the principles that are derived from the English text are actually undermining the fundamentals of the treaty itself. The Crown has long tried to fudge the fact that without Te Treaty o Waitangi, there's no legitimisation of this institution. Unless, of course, you're going to suggest that because you declared war on my peoples of Ngāti Mākeno, where we lost 443,000 acres of land, together with the peoples of Ngāti Awa, Tūhoi and Te Whakatohea, is a legitimate way to build a new nation. As a daughter of Ngāti Mākeno, one of the few women who actually is the eponymous ancestor for my hapu, I would reject absolutely if there is the suggestion that the assumption of power that is now being called for from this Parliament comes from those early beginnings. My Pākehā father married my mother with love. those of us that have engaged as treaty activists for the interest of the treaty itself to be protected, do so from not a place of hatred, but a place of kindness, a place of coexistence, a place of recognising that the spiritual soul of the future of our nation was embedded in that document and provides now the kind of metaphors of excellence, the metaphors of unity that this bill actually undermines. It's not surprising then that you had 100,000 people walk and march in unity against what is being proposed. For me in Aotearoa, it was the first time we'd seen 10,000 people, Māori, Pākehā, Pacifica, Asia, out on the streets, walking in unity to provide a clear stand to actually highlight the damning efforts that are being made to actually erase the treaty from the soul of our nation. The last matters that I want to talk about is, I think, really important to, and I put this in my submission, and I'm asking recommendations of you. While we're considering the treaty bill, you cannot disconnect that from the treaty review process of all pieces of legislation that include treaty references. That is as equally a mechanism of undermining rangatiratanga, of undermining treaty rights, as this effort is. Both must be rejected, and I really ask you, I implore you to stop tinkering with the constitutional foundation stones. It's unheard of for me. The Magna Carta is deeply embedded in my legal soul, just like the treaty. I would never ever see anybody try and rewrite the Magna Carta. And the arrogance of anybody to suggest that they have the power, the ability to do so in this modern time without discussion and the free consent of the other party is absolutely deplorable. I speak to you from my heart for this. I haven't come here as a lawyer today. I come here as a treaty activist who spent 40 years fighting for these rights. And I ask you very carefully to consider what you are doing to the soul of the nation by even contemplating the introduction of such racist measures to us at this time. I'd like to end there and take any questions.
Thank you, Annette. We've probably got time for one question. I'll take it from Todd Stevens.
Thanks, Annette. Thanks for coming and making the time. You mentioned that Parliament can't deny the privileges of the Maori world in your address. What do you see as those privileges?
For me, it's the privilege and obligation to look after the taiao, the ecosystems that are ours. Māori have pre-existing rights that exist beyond Te Tiriti o Waitangi. It's a privilege for me to have that obligation. My ancestors are born from Ranginui, who's one of our gods. They come through a whakapapa line. That is a privilege to be given to me in this generation to protect the environment for future generations.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Annette. That's all the time we've got this morning. So I just want to acknowledge you both. Sorry, Hannah, that's all the time we have this morning. Acknowledge you both for being here and for your submission today. We do appreciate it as a committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll move now to our submission from Mana Moana, who's with us in person. Joining us is Alae Malo Falefatu Enari and Dr. Karlo Mila. So welcome you both to the table. Good morning. Thank you for being with the committee. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Morena.
Kia ora tātou. Tēnei māue. Whakatūrau atu. Tūrau le langi. Tūrau. O tātou tūpuna. Tūrau ki he whanua. Tapu, koe te runga rawa. Tapu koutou o tātou tūpuna. Tūlou na lava. Tapu a potatau te whero te tuāwhitu, kuini ngā waihono I te pō. Me te kāhui āriki. Puri rauna I te motu, mai te wai paunamu taere atu, ki te rerenga wairua. Koutou rā e āriki mai. Te rau tāmanu, te rau miroe. Tūrau oro mai. Anei māua he māngai mo te mana o te moana. E mihi kauana ki a koutou, te mana o te whenua. Anei māua e. Mi atu ki te hononga ke Wainganui o te tangata Moana me te tangata whenua o Aotearoa. He mihi ki a rātou I tū mai nei te ata amira matatini. I whāki mai te haka nei I titohia mai te tairāwhiti. E ko te ngangara kaura mō kaira te tangata. Tāku takarure mai o ture I roto I pōneke. Horohia mai o ture kia mātou tūwana te minita ki Wainganui. O ture patua ki runga I te teko te whare e tū mai nei mahu hamupaka koe araka. Nō reira, a nei maua, e mi kawana ki a koutou te mana o te whenua, a nei te reo o mana moana e hāpai te wero o te tākina o te wānei. A nei taku tuahine, tāku tā Karlo Mila, e whakakapi o maua nei kōrero.
We take the submission as read, and I'll share a poem instead. How do we speak truth to power, just as power pretends it has none, as if history has lapsed, exploitation has expired, as if we are speaking to thin air, as if there is nothing to see here, as if it's always been this way? They say, there's no need to raise the dead, but the dead raised me, and they stand up in our history, they stand up in our genealogy, and some of them speak with blame in their eyes, some of them speak with blame, shame in their eyes. All of us want to speak past the lies. They want to rest in peace. If we knew our history, we would know where we're coming from, and we wouldn't have to ask ourselves who the hell we think we are. The Southern Hemisphere was not the Anglosphere. And have you ever paused to wonder why we speak English here, half a world away from England? It's a global history of Christian white supremacy, who with apostolic authority ordained the doctrine of discovery to create a new world order. Yes, this is where the new in New Zealand comes from. Invasion for advantage and profit, presenting itself as progress, as civilizing, as salvation, as enlightenment itself. The greatest gaslighting feat of history. We have a brutal history, rewritten as peaceful acquisition. Governor Gray's proclamation, comply with these orders or be ejected. As tangata tiriti, we've got to have clarity that Māori never ceded sovereignty. The government's own commission of inquiry, the Waitangi Tribunal, agrees. Te Tiriti was signed by a Māori majority. It was never cessation documentation. Hobson's pledge did not mean Māori abdication, but power sharing. Politicians here speak as if the main crimes are against property, not a people robbed of the right to rule or of confiscated land. This territory changed hands without the consent of the original owner-occupiers. As if this is not theft, as if this is not stealing, as if this is not against some kind of law. But how can it be when we've assumed parliamentary sovereignty and we make law with majority might to make ourselves right? Tangata tiriti, how do we respond ethically when this history calls our own validity and authority into question? The answer is te tiriti, not separatist exclusion. It's the fair terms of inclusion, an ancestral strategy for harmony, a covenant of cooperation. It's how we live ethically on a land that was never ceded. But we watch political parties sow seeds of disunity using disingenuous history, harnessing hate speech and the haka of destiny, scapegoating vulnerable enemies, sharing just a joke fantasies of blowing up ministries targeting ethnic minorities. Yes, for us, it's a forest fire out there, and brown bodies are moving political targets. Every inflammatory word finding kindling in kindred racists. Referendums on Te Tiriti, anti-co-governance in the name of unity, our brightest and best losing job security because all those working in the system are in the firing line. Our judiciary are labelled activists. 42 KCs are ignored. And when they say it's not for the government of the day to reinterpret or play with a constitutional founding document, you can't vote it out. We have to live it out. Ooh, you can't rewrite history, negotiate unilaterally, gaslight continuously, bypass tenets of democracy, pass a record number of bills under urgency, push the limits of parliamentary sovereignty without being seen. And we see you. Even if we kill this bill, Section 7AA is already dead, not to mention the annihilation planned by the Ministry of Regulation. Even if we kill this bill, you'll rewrite, review, remove at least 28 treaty clauses, and not for New Zealand first causes. It's for the oligarchs, the billionaires, and make no mistake, it won't be ordinary people mining the conservation estate. We can read the Atlas playbook, the ones who roll with the big donations, the black rocks who buy our bedrock, frack our very foundations. It's not a New Zealand initiative. They'll mine us for profit, fast-track plans for dams, no conservation laws or treaty clause to protect us from environmental degradation or healthcare privatisation or profit from our prison population or business liquidation. They don't care. They don't live here. And it's all a Te Tiriti violation. We want Maryland's equality, the type that has integrity, not a dog whistle distortion demanding an equal portion of the pie, the politics of same and blame, the disingenuous lie. Moana Jackson believed in the fight for the ought to be of living here in a consensual democracy, rebalancing majority rule with minority rights, the value of community, fair representation, living by the tikanga of ancestral expectation, belonging and balance, kaitiakitanga, conservation, protecting equality, absolute authority, justice, truth, and conciliation. That's the mature conversation, constitutional transformation.
Nō reira, anei te reo te mana o te moana, e mi kawana ki a koutou te iwi take o te motu nei. Tūrau lava, mole atu leanga ngā whawhitai tele lava, ki a koutou te kāwangatanga. Ka mina mātou, ki a rongona te reo tūpuna, mokopuna hoki. I te ao i te pō, tu e tū te tiriti, whatu ngaro te tangata. O mai e nei ture kia wete. Kia wete. Kia ora.
Oh, thank you both. That's the. Sorry. If you're in the gallery, you're observers, not participants in the proceedings. So please refrain from applauding from the gallery. Thank you both for your submission this morning. The committee does appreciate you being with us in person and for spending the time with us. So thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to go on to our next submission. Sorry, just remind people that those of you who are in the gallery, you are observers of the submissions. You are not participating in the submission process. So I'll please ask you to respect the rules of the Select Committee and do that. We're going to move on now to our submission from, we have the next submitters in person. Oh, it's the Māori Wardens. Ngā Watene Māori o Aotearoa Charitable Trust, Māori Wardens of New Zealand. So apologies, sir, I don't have your name before me, but Jordan. Can't hear you, sir. Jordan. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you for being with the committee this morning. We have you before us for 10 minutes, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koe o tira, tēnā tātai. Te tuata he hone kore kia i o nāna te simatanga nāna te whakamutunga. Te reka mihi ki tērā o tātai I hinga mai nei Wainganui pō. Ara ko Bill taki timu I tērā no roto o te waiōuru. Tore te kaumā rua pau I noho ia hei hoia, mo te ope o tūmatauenga, nā rere tēnei ka mihi atu ki aia, ki o tātou mate kei runga ngā marae maha ua whitirangi hia kā tikara te kupu e moe. Kia hoki mai ki a tātou te hungora e te komiti, tēnā koutou. O tira kia mihi ki o tātou nei motu i takahaere ki runga o Taranaki, ngā Ropu haka, ka tū ki runga e tā tāmira, kia whāra ki hiara i ngā kupu, i ngā whakaaro, i ngā rawe, i ngā katoa, kua kawe atu e rātou ki te matatini e tēnei tau. Nā rere runga e tēnā tātou katoa. Koe tēnei, ko te oromuni atu tōku ingoa, ko te māngai, tēnei rā, ko au te māngai mo ngā Watene Māori o Aotearoa. Ara, we are the national entity for Māori Wardens representing 6 regional entities of the country. And thank you for having us today. I just want to start with supporting many that have already raised this before the committee, and that is we have major concerns with the bill. Like many others, the Crown, through the government of New Zealand, has taken steps to further determine the meaning and effect of Te Tiriti, or the Treaty of Waitangi, without the consent from the other party, being Māori Hapu of Aotearoa. There has been mention of iwi, consultation with iwi and bits and pieces around iwi. However, iwi is a Crown-constructed large natural cluster of Hapu and Aotearoa, which was not done, which were not the parties of Te Tiriti o Waitangi or the Treaty of Waitangi. For this reason alone, this is our stance in opposing the bill as submitted to be wrong, not just by a matter of choice, but wrong because it's actually an error and lacks an understanding of Te Tiriti and or the Treaty of Waitangi arrangements, either which way you want to look at it. Just as far as our submission is concerned, I want to pick on a couple of things. One of them is that the bill would remove the rights of Māori, especially the rights of tino rangatiratanga, and that we do not consent to that. Principle 1 of the bill asserts in brief that the executive government has full power to govern and Parliament has full power to make laws. In terms of the opening words of clause 6 of the bill, this is said to be a principle of the Treaty of Waitangi. And I want to bring to the Select Committee's attention that principle 1 does not reflect the treaty or Te Tiriti of Waitangi. In fact, it reflects a European governance structure brought to Aotearoa by the British. The Treaty of Waitangi stipulates that the government would respect and provide for the right of Māori to retain their tino rangatiratanga and so to govern themselves. The principle of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, therefore, is the power of the government to govern should not be full or absolute power, but is and should be constrained by the promises made to Māori by the Crown. The same principle applies. The same applies to principles 2 of the bill, is that the Crown will respect and protect the rights of the hapu and iwi Māori had under Te Tiriti o Waitangi, under the treaty at the time that it was signed. As Māori Wardens, we spend a lot of time on the front line, and I want to bring to the Select Committee's attention that our people are suffering out there. Why are they suffering? They're suffering because of the impact that goes back hundreds of years ago, the time that Te Tiriti o Waitangi, post Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the denying of Wahine rights to their rightful land title, the 1800s, the vast taking of lands, the stealing of their papakainga and homes, the takahi on taonga, the manipulation of law to work in favour of British settlers, the stripping of Indigenous language and tikanga Māori from education and the introduction of Christianity. Native schools and places designed often referred to as the native infested schools. Denial to health service to tackle introduced viruses and sicknesses brought by settlers. The slaughter, arrest, incarceration of tupuna Māori who fought for their rights and many who continue to receive an apology from the Crown in treaty settlements today. The list goes on, and given that nothing was directly made in colonial law to address these matters till when we got well into the mid-1900s, Māori are still suffering from the impact of loss, being oppressed, assumed by invisibilisation in the Crown and its government. And so we've got a long way to go. We've got a long way to go. We believe that this bill talks about equal, all being one, all in the same box, and we disagree with that. There's still a long way to go to fix Māori, the oppression that's happened to Māori, and all the impacts of what decisions, well, basically Māori being railroaded in Aotearoa. So on that note, I just wanted to add a little bit more that we request that the committee reports that the principles of the treaty are not correctly stated in the bill, and that the bill wrongly assumes that the legislature interprets the meaning of the effect of the treaty. We ask that the House establish a committee to report on the matters to be addressed when proposing legislation relevant to the treaty. I just want to finally say that there's always been, and there continues to be, a debate about the English text of Te Tiriti o Waitangi and Te Tiriti o Waitangi itself. We have no confusion around that. We support Indigenous law that says that basically when one can't understand or one doesn't have the ability to understand, it's the Indigenous language text that takes preference. And so therefore there should not be confusion about what is the actual standing constitutional document of this country. It is very clear, it is Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So on that note, we come today just to reaffirm our position as being one of the oldest Māori institutes of Aotearoa, social and health, and have been around many of the challenges over the last 150 years as Māori Wardens. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Jordan. Thank you for your submission. We've got time for a couple of questions. We'll go first from Todd Stevenson, then Hana Rafferty, Maipi Clark.
Thank you for being here on Anita Daniel Hapu versus Iwi Point. A question then. So you think that Maori should be treated differently because of their Indigenous people, and so long as you can show your ancestry, then you should be treated differently.
We have a right to be different in this country. We did not seek sovereignty, nor did we seek it. He Whakaputunga asserted the sovereignty of Māori on our whenua. And so therefore, yes, I believe that Māori have that right.
Jordan.
Thank you.
Go to a question from Hana Rafferty.
Tēnā rā koutou o korua tahi e ngā Watene Māori me o koutou mahi nui, tēnei te mihi kia korua. I take the Māori Warden approach as a real tino rangatiratanga strategy or rautaki that we've created as a people, because we haven't trusted Ropu to manage or to work with us as an Indigenous people. And I just want to reflect on, if you could just give your perspective, if this bill was to pass, we take kura kaupapa ko Whangarei as self-determined strategies to work with our people and to be created. What fear do you have of more initiatives like Māori Wardens being established if this bill was to pass?
If this bill was to pass, it would put the Māori Wardens in definite danger as far as our partnership with the Crown is concerned. Currently, the Māori Wardens sit within legislation, obviously being the Māori Community Development Act 1962, that was built upon the Māori Welfare Act 1945. Whilst the Act in itself subsumed and actually took away the majority of the gems of the work that the Māori Wardens did in the 1940s or prior to 1940, and subsumed that role down to the control and supervision around the consumption of alcohol post World War I and II's impacts that came back from our soldiers. What we do have, though, is a definite focus to work with our people, and ultimately our gain or goal, our aim as Māori Wardens, is to prevent our people from becoming incarcerated and institutionalised, that is going to have an impact on their future and their tamariki and their mokopuna. So this bill passing could actually lead to a point that one could say that there's no need now to have Māori Wardens in Aotearoa.
Jordan, thank you. Thank you both for being with us this morning and for your time for the committee. We appreciate your submission. We're going to invite to provide a submission from Kirsty Fong. Kirsty is joining us online. So Kirsty, thank you for being with the committee. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning. I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Select Committee today. Nei rā taku mihi ki te mana whenua o te rohe nei, ara kia Ngāti ka hununu, tēnā koutou, ki ngā hapu, ki ngā iwi o ngā motu nei, tēnā hoki koutou. Ka ti ki ngā tāngata whenua huri noa i te ao, mai te awa ki te moana, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. No haina oku tipuna ko Kirsty Fong tōku ingoa. Today I speak to you in a personal capacity, just as someone who is so grateful and so happy to be able to live on these lands, acknowledging that it is only by virtue of te tiriti o Waitangi that I am able to be here. I live at the base of Maunga Fo in Tāmaki Makaurau, and as I walk up the maunga, I think about Apihai Te Kāwau, who was the paramount chief of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, who made a tuku looking across at the Waitemata Harbour to create the capital city of Tāmaki, the city that has shaped me, that I love. And it is only because of this foresight and vision and invitation of these rangatira that has made my life possible. And so it's also a reciprocal relationship that I wish to honour and contribute to. My peoples are haka, or Kurtia peoples, and it literally translates to guest families. It is a name that was given to us who are internally displaced Northern Han Chinese seeking refuge in Cantonese-speaking areas in southern China. And I think that that name is really fitting as I position myself here in Aotearoa. Because of Te Tiriti, I position myself here as manuhiri, as a guest, and to be a guest is an honour, it's a reciprocal relationship, and it's a responsibility. I also talk to you as a Te Tiriti facilitator, someone who gets to speak to a whole range of people from up and down the country, and I feel so lucky to be able to do so. I do this predominantly with an organisation called Tangata Tiriti Treaty People, who seek to deliver good, accurate information about Te Tiriti to everyone and anyone in the country, so have translated summaries of Te Tiriti into 24 different languages and counting. And one of my greatest privileges is to train up facilitators in their own languages to deliver it out to their communities who are so hungry and excited for this knowledge, because it provides a framework for belonging here. It provides a framework for us to be able to create good, harmonious, loving lives together upon shared values. I am also a student of beautiful educators, of course, like Dr. Mona Jackson, Mariano Pittman, Veronica Tawhai, Catherine Delahunty, Susan Healy, Catherine Pete, Ingrid Huggins, Marisa McLaughlin, and of course Trish Cheng, and those are only the people that I know. So I'm also carrying on the legacy of treaty work that has been in existence for 40, 50 years. And also a proud member, of course, I just have to lay myself out here because I do not stand alone. I'm a proud member of Asian Supporting Tino Rangatiratanga, a submission that you would have heard from at the start of the Select Committee process, as well as the growing number of groups who stand in solidarity with Māori rightful tino rangatiratanga and mana motu hake. So we have seen and heard many incredible submissions that lay out in painstaking detail the mirrored issues with this bill, the process, the substance, the lack of consultation, the ongoing erosion of Māori rights, the continuation of a colonial overreach, the opening up of the country for privatisation, that the bill does not reflect any of the articles in Te Tiriti o Waitangi, that if it were to be passed, it would be the most comprehensive breach of Te Tiriti in modern times. And not to mention the 100,000 people at the Hikoikoi who, under the cloak of Te Kahua Te Raukara, gathered in peace, love and unity, or the petition started by Ngāti Whakauwe Rangatahi group Whiria that has nearly 300,000 signatures, or the Together for Te Tiriti signs all across the country from Action Station that have signalled to each other the commitment to Te Tiriti and to each other. I have learnt from and agree with all of those points and all of those people who have blessed us with their rigorous analysis and heartfelt stories of the meaning and importance that Te Tiriti holds in our lives. So I can't repeat any of those things. All I want to do is to share a little glimpse with you, a window into the beautiful, transformative and heart-filling stories from people I am privileged to meet on a weekly basis all up and down the country from all different parts of the world, working in all different sectors and industries in this country. And they come from such different and diverse backgrounds. And honestly, there is such a beauty. I get really emotional about it because I think when people come into a Te Tiriti workshop, I don't think immediately they understand that it's going to be an emotional, transformative process. We touch a lot of grief, a lot of anger, a lot of people who have come also have similar experiences of colonization and imperialism. Perhaps that may be the reason why they are here, they find themselves here in this country. Others have come because of stories of love or of chance, of displacement, or have been here for generations or came last week. For those who have grown up in New Zealand, the most common response that we hear is that they wish that they had learned this earlier in school, that they knew that there was something missing that they didn't know about, and now that they have a very basic understanding of this country, one that we can provide in 8 hours, it makes so much sense. And there is often a sense of guilt, of embarrassment, bewilderment, sadness and anger as they now recalibrate their lives to a more rebalanced understanding of the history of this country and their place and responsibilities in it. And I think that this is also an indictment on the dearth of good comprehensive civics education that we have in our country, that citizens are currently not able to participate fully in the historical transformation in our society because we don't have a good base shared understanding of our country, what has happened, what Te Tiriti really says. It is a very straightforward document, and then what that means for us, what the implications are for us in our lives, in our communities, and what we can do looking forward into the future, where we want a country that honours its promise, that honours its founding document, and also the promises made to each other to protect each other in Te Taiao. This is not a theoretical and this is not a future issue of ongoing anti-Maori and anti-Te Tiriti rhetoric and policies being passed. As we sit here, whenua protectors are being arrested for protecting the whenua at Rotokakahi. There are lots of different consents being passed because of the fast track approvals bill, but also I think with my remaining time, I just want us to be clear-sighted as to the reasons of this division that the ACT Party and those supporting it, like Hobson's Pledge Atlas Network and those peddling mis and disinformation are deliberately stoking the fears and anxieties of our population, especially of our new migrants who come to this country for stability and security. And the pointing to of Māori as the sole reason for the misery instead of systemic inequality as an ongoing result of colonisation is despicable. But we also see the hundreds and thousands of people who come, who really want to honour te tiriti in their lives. And this is the future that I think the ACT Party needs to see, that the world is moving on, I think, in beautiful ways, despite and in spite of their racist and hateful rhetoric. So we refuse to be divided, and we are a rising tide that will not be stopped. Kia ora.
That's all the time we have this morning, Kirsty. Just want to acknowledge you being with us this morning and for your submission.
Thank you.
Right, we'll go to our submission now from Carmen Parahi. Carmen, thank you for joining the committee. We've got you in person today. So we have you for a 10-minute session. I will hand over to you to begin your presentation.
O tēnā koe e te tama o kaitahu. Ke kaha koe, whakarongo koe ki ngā ngākau, ngā kōrero o tāngata. Tēnā koutou te komiti whiriwhiri take, ka nui te mihi aroha ki a ke kōtiro, me te whānau me ngā hoa. He uri ahau no kahungunu, no hene amaru, no rongo whakata, ko Carmen Parahi ahei. So, why am I here? I'm here on behalf of my whānau, my kids. We're speaking out today for our mokopuna, generations in the future, so they know we turned up and we tried. I've listened to all the kōrero for the past few weeks, for the past year. He tino amehi, it's been amazing. And you guys have learned and gained so much knowledge in the past few weeks listening to the kōrero of ngā tāngata o Aotearoa. And I hope that you're grateful for the kōrero and knowledge that you've received in the past few weeks, because it's incredible. So our whānau believe te tiriti Waitangi gives everyone rights in Aotearoa. The treaty is, and everyone's been saying it, it's for all New Zealanders. It gives us all rights. It also offers us protection for our natural resources now and the future. Everyone knows the Crown wouldn't exist, you guys wouldn't exist without te tiriti. But instead of being grateful about it, this government is doing all it can to diminish its mana. Te tiriti o Waitangi has its own mana. It's 185 years old. We're done debating about it. Leave it alone. All this kōrero, all of the submissions is information that can be used to educate New Zealanders. It's all there. Whether we agree with it or not, it's all there, and it should be shared with everyone. So I hope to see some novels in the future paid for by the government. Instead of diminishing the mana of te tiriti, show us, use the kōrero you've been listening to, and show us how it fits into our lives, why we should be proud of it. We've also got a solution for you to discuss later. Before I move on, I just want to ask you, what in our whānau submission stood out for you?
You just want to respond?
So I can make sure that I talk to it.
So in case you missed the question from Carmen, I'll go to Todd first, but Carmen asked what was it in her whānau submission that stood out for you?
Well,
start with Todd.
Just something both in that and what you just said now. You said the treaty gives everyone rights. I'm interested to know, are those rights the same or different?
Ka pai. Yeah, I've noticed you appreciate that question about difference. That's what we call proximity. It's a tactic that creates a us and them thing. And you use these words, ACT Party, National, and New Zealand First. You use these terms, everyone's calling it dog whistling, to ensure that the rest of the population believes that Maori are demanding to be treated differently. Ki te he tērā, that is completely wrong. It's lies, it's disinformation. And because we have a population that is ignorant about Te Tiriti o Waitangi, you're able to use this word difference to ensure that you separate Māori from the rest of the population. Māori, we're the Indigenous people of this population. We didn't need Te Tiriti o Waitangi. The Crown needed it to be able to control the population. We did not need the treaty. The Crown did, and all the settlers that came after. That's why it's everyone's treaty. It gives everyone rights. Ka pai Todd, I look forward to more questions later. I've got a story for you.
Sorry, did you want any others from any other members or?
No, we can talk later. So I've got a story for you. And it's really important you hear this story because a few months after this government came into power, we're getting ready with my two kids to go to school like all Kiwi whānau. Get to school, get to work, hurry up. My daughter, who was 17 at the time, Aotearoa, she said in a quiet voice, with tears in her eyes, "Mum, does the government hate us?" A 17-year-old asked, "Does the government hate us?" That question hurt then and hurts now. She was afraid of what the government would do to her, to us as Māori. To calm her down and to try and calm myself down, I explained we don't need the government to be Māori. We express our rangatiratanga our own way. We can't control the government, only what we do. I said, no, the government doesn't hate us, but I'm not sure. My grandfather, Akatea Parahi, he stood for National decades ago. He stood for National decades ago as a candidate in the Eastern Māori seat. He was never going to win because Whitu Tiri Kātini was there. My daughter Aotearoa carries his mum's name. He would be appalled, his mokopuna, today in 2025, are being made to feel less than non-Māori children by National, the party he supported. I thought then, as I do now, there is something fundamentally wrong with this government if it can make a Kiwi kid feel like it hates her because she's Māori. So, instead of continuing the cultural, social and constitutional progress of the past 50 years, this government's taken us backwards to the status quo of yesteryear. You're taking us backwards, which is the ideology and practices of Western European colonialism and supremacy. You've heard it time and time again. This isn't new to you. To do this, all three coalition parties, you're using cynical tactics like Māori are different. It's called distraction and proximity. These are political tactics I really want to make public today. Distraction. You've heard this. The government has distracted us with this bill so it can change Te Tiriti requirements in at least 28 statutes and in multiple policies across all sectors that you have control of. Proximity brings people together or separates them. Proximity brings them together or separates them. This government is using it to separate us. It uses terms like equality and need to purposefully equality and need. Those are terms used for proximity to separate us. You purposefully ignore Māori experiences of colonisation, systemic discrimination, disparities. So when Māori demand fair and equitable treatment, as we can and we should, we're vilified, and the public is made to believe Māori are being unfair, and we're the problem. This bill is the companion of the Regulatory Standards Bill. They're companions. The purpose of the Regulatory Standards Bill is to weaken Te Tiriti protection across all legislation. Both, kei te he, both bills are political weapons to erase Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Part 2, dangerous acts. I'm concerned about the dangerous acts of this government. We acknowledge this bill has collectivised and support for Te Tiriti o Waitangi across society. It's been awesome. Like, actually, we've learned so much, and it gives me hope because so many people actually support it. You'll be lucky to get, I reckon, if I was to give you a bet, James, I reckon 10% or less will actually support this bill, and I look forward to reading that. It's needed, so Te Tiriti is needed to counter the potential dangers of this government. Those dangers are extremism, polarisation, assimilation, ignorance, and disinformation. We believe we're in dangerous times. Sometimes I feel very afraid, and we know my children do. This government and others around the world have created a global environment which emboldens extreme behaviour. Anyone from any part of the community may act against another group that doesn't share the ideology. It doesn't matter what your ideology is, but we're creating this atmosphere and this environment here and around the world that's separating us. And your job is to bring us together. That's what the government's job is, social cohesion. Te Tiriti can help you bring everyone together, create social cohesion to protect us from inflamed situations. We're all feeling vulnerable, climate crisis, a health system that's about to collapse. We have seen the devastating results of extremism in Christchurch. The Royal Commission of Inquiry told us polarisation causes extremism. We need to be careful, please. Watch our language and our actions. Ignorance allows people to, I've said this, ignorance allows people with disinformation and lies to actually make them believe these things. My kids have the final word. I asked them for words to bring here. This is how the government makes them feel, my two teenagers. They made me feel ashamed to be Māori. I didn't want to be Māori anymore because they were making life so hard for us. They made me feel my culture didn't belong in Aotearoa. We are beneath those who took our land, that our problems that were created for us are our fault. What did we do wrong to make them treat us like we are less? These are my kids. Why do we have to keep fighting? Why do we have to go backwards? Why aren't we good enough to be equal? It's hard to be Māori. I'm going to leave this question for you. My time's up, so I'm going to leave it with you. Does the government hate us?
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you for your time this morning. I can't take you up on your bet because that'd be insider trading, but I do appreciate you being with us this morning. Thank you. We'll go to submission from Te Akatea Incorporated. We've got with us Bruce Jepson and Dr. Therese Ford joining us in the room. So, kia ora koutou. Thank you both for being with us. We have you for 10 minutes this morning for your submission, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora tātou katoa. Ko Bruce Jepson tōku ingoa. Ko uri ahau no Ngāti Tūwhare toa, tainui roa Ngāti Raukaua ki te tonga. Thank you, James, and the Select Committee for the opportunity to speak to Te Akatea Māori Leaders Incorporated submission on the Treaty Principles Bill. I was a principal for over 20 years in both rural and urban communities, and I'm currently kai whakahaere mātua, the Chief Executive Officer of Te Akatea. Our submission is presented on behalf of our National Executive Committee, Te Akatea staff, and our Te Akatea members. Te Akatea was established in the 1990s as a small support network for Māori tumuaki principles. And here in 2025, Te Akatea now supports and advocates for hundreds of Māori leaders and teachers who work in all forms of education throughout Aotearoa. These settings include kura kaupapa Māori, kura āiwi, English medium, dual medium, bilingual, rumaki reo, and reo rua. We want to be clear that the Māori leaders and teachers that Te Akatea represents strongly oppose the Treaty Principles Bill.
Kia ora koutou, he uri ahau no muri whenua, nai takatoa, Ngāti Kahu, ngā pui ngā iwi, ko Therese Ford ahau. I descend from muri whenua in the far north, and I'm a direct descendant of chiefs who signed He Whakaputanga and Te Tiriti Waitangi. So I'm here representing my whānau and taking responsibility for the vision that my tūpuna had. I also descend from Irish ancestors who came to Aotearoa and settled because Te Tiriti enabled them to do that. I have a background in teaching and senior leadership in schools. I've also worked at a university as a lecturer and a researcher specialising in educational leadership. I currently work for Te Akatea, and I provide support for Māori principals and non-Māori leaders who want to lead their schools in ways that uphold he wakaputanga and te tiriti o Waitangi. Bruce explained that we represent Māori leaders who work in school settings who oppose the bill. We also work closely with non-Māori leaders in other educational organisations that support our opposition to the bill. In September of last year, Te Akatea worked with leaders from 12 education organisations to release a public statement that articulated our collective rejection of the Treaty Principles Bill.
These organisations include NZEI Te Reo Rua, the New Zealand Principals Federation, the Post-Primary Teachers Association PPTA, the Secondary School Principals Council, the Teaching Council of Aotearoa New Zealand, the Pacific Principals Association, Te Rito Maioha, the Early Childhood New Zealand, Montessori Aotearoa New Zealand, the New Zealand Kindergartens Network, the Special Education Principals Association of New Zealand, the New Zealand Association of Intermediate Middle Schooling, the New Zealand Schools Trustees Association. Some of these organisations have presented their organisational submissions, however, some have not, which is why we wanted to highlight that they support our submission. More importantly, we want to highlight that these educational organisations represent thousands of educators, the educational sector of Aotearoa, and we're all part of a collective that strongly reject the Treaty Principles Bill.
Our written submission was crafted based on feedback that we received from leaders at the end of 2024. We proposed that our submission be taken as read. We do not intend to repeat everything we wrote, but we do want to draw your attention to two critical points that we made in our submission. The first is that te tiriti is sacred, and the second is the impact on education. This oral submission also includes comments our Māori leaders have shared with us in recent weeks. Te tiriti is sacred. This bill seeks to redefine a document that is sacred. It is our position that te tiriti o Waitangi was and is an enduring covenant of care and hope between Māori and the Crown. It is unlawful to interfere with sacred agreements.
Unfortunately, we don't have the time to provide the authors and supporters of this bill with any history lessons, which they desperately need about what happened between 1840 and the 1970s. So instead, we want to highlight the immense progress that has been made in education in Aotearoa since the establishment of the Waitangi Tribunal in 1975. As a community of educators, we've all worked hard to better understand and give life to te tiriti o Waitangi. Proponents of this bill have been espousing discourse that promotes the idea that newly gained knowledge and the development of acts, policies and practices that give active expression to te tiriti have been harmful to non-Māori and have unfairly advantaged Māori. There is absolutely no evidence to substantiate these propositions.
In contrast to these allegations, in education, there is much evidence to show that both Māori and non-Māori learners, educators, whānau and communities have greatly benefited from increased knowledge and understanding. This brings us to the impact on education. Since the 1980s, there has been an increased focus on prioritising te reo, tikanga and mātauranga Māori in all areas of education. Our colleagues who lead in Māori medium education have already explained the transformative impacts of engagement and achievement in kohanga reo, kura kaupapa Māori and wānanga. We tautoko the outstanding work they are doing to ensure excellent experiences and outcomes for learners. In English medium, where te tiriti partners learn, teach, lead and govern together, we have been singing the bilingual version of our national anthem for over 25 years. We now have a generation that has only ever sung this version of our national song. We are not aware of any harmful impacts of this practice. Our children do not complain that when they sing the verse of their national anthem in Te Reo, that they are affording Māori special privileges based on ancestry.
In contrast, feedback from the leaders we support indicates that tamariki and rangatahi of Aotearoa Māori and non-Māori embrace opportunities to speak te reo Māori, to sing waiata, to perform in kapahaka, to take part in pōwhiri and whakatau, to visit their local marae and other culturally significant sites and historical sites, to climb their local maunga, and to learn the cultural narratives and traditions of tangata whenua.
The great work that leaders and teachers are doing to implement Aotearoa New Zealand histories is providing balance to a curriculum that for too long has invisibilised Māori people and their culture. We celebrate that now both Māori and non-Māori learners see themselves and their ancestors in the curriculum. These progressive acts of education policies and practices are inclusive and unifying. They have created a sense of belonging for many learners, not division, not harm, and not unfair Māori privilege that supporters of this bill continue to suggest.
It is an actual fact that the introduction of this bill is causing harm in our schools and in our communities. The leaders we support, both Māori and non-Māori, have shared that this bill is negatively impacting in education in their communities. They've noticed an escalation in racial hostility, in division, in resentment, and these have negative implications, and they are having to be managed by school leaders and boards of trustees, and they're having to be responded to by our educators, our brave educators, and unfortunately our children, they are watching this.
We want to share a final comment from one of our leaders. In Aotearoa, educators have trained as professionals with te tiriti. We've worked hard to understand it and create learning environments for our tamariki that show our commitment to honouring it. We've upskilled ourselves, our staff and our boards so that we can lead our schools in the right direction. This bill seeks to undermine all of that learning, all of that hard work, and leave us with nothing.
In closing, we suggest that the architects of this bill follow the example of real leaders, Māori and non-Māori leaders, teachers, boards and young people. Learn about te tiriti o Waitangi. Let go of your unfounded fears and embrace the care and the hope that te tiriti promised us all.
Thank you, Bruce and Dr. Ford. That's the time for the session this morning. So just on behalf of the committee, we thank you both for being with us and for providing your submission. We'll go to our next submission now from Ngā Rangatahi o Te Ropu Reipa, New Zealand Young Labour, and I'll invite Ethan and Mukai to the table. Kia ora kouroa, thank you for being with us this morning. We've got you for 10 minutes for your presentation, so I'll hand over to you to take it away.
Tēnā koe te tiamana, tēnā koutou ngā mema o te komiti whiriwhiri taketure. Uri tēnei no te tai tokerau, ko ngāpuhi ngā te hine o kuiwi. Ko hine amaru te tūpuna, ko mukai e dura hura tōku ingoa. Kei konei māua ko Ethan, no ngā rangatahi o te Ropu Reipa, e noho ana I mua ia koutou, hei māngai, mo ngā reanga e whai ake nei. My name is Mukai and I am the Māori Vice President of New Zealand Young Labour. I'm here today with Ethan, the President of New Zealand Young Labour. I also stand here as a descendant of both sides of the treaty partnership, both Māori and Pākehā. To be honest with you today, as a rangatahi Māori who grew up through kohanga reo, kura kaupapa Māori, and with a belief in who I am and my place in this nation, I never thought I would have to defend the place of Te Tiriti o Waitangi ever. And yet here I am doing just that. Every year on the 6th of February, we commemorate Waitangi Day. We believe it's a day that represents the very best of our nation. Now, when you stand on the beach at Te Tii and you look out to the waters of Pē Whairangi, you see our waka moving as one. When our waka move as one, this motion is called kāriri waka. When every hoi is in sync, when every kaihoi is moving together, to push the waka forward. This bill seeks to undermine the very motion of kārere waka. Waitangi is a place where we, the next generation, stand as descendants of both sides of the treaty partnership. As I said before, I, like many others, like to think that we represent the vision and dreams of those who signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and the Māori and Pākehā who have used Te Tiriti to build New Zealand's future and to claim the rights and protections Te Tiriti promised them. Young Labour opposes this bill because we do not want to inherit an Aotearoa that rewrites its past in favour of a vocal minority who do not represent us. Even before its second reading, this bill has created division in place of unity and uncertainty in place of trust. Not only has Māori trust in the Crown to honour its commitments been seriously undermined, but New Zealand's trust in the government's ability to listen to what is important to them has as well. Because Te Tiriti as our founding document and the vision it represents sits at the very heart of who we are as a people. Young Labour pledges to carry Te Tiriti o Waitangi forward to increase trust in the treaty partnership. This bill does not do that. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, e ngā mema o tēnei komiti, kei a koe te rākau, Ethan.
Ngā mihi mukai and tēnā koutou katoa. Before I begin, I do just want to acknowledge that whilst we come here clearly with political affiliations, we do just encourage you all to be willing and allow us to leave those at the door. We are here as young people. We are here as active participants within our democracy. And we are the very people ready, like many others outside of these walls, already stepping up as the rangatira, the leaders within these spaces. I'd just like to begin by discussing the purpose of a constitutional document. Now, at the heart of this debate that we're having today is the recognition that Te Tiriti is a constitutional document, though many will continue to argue otherwise. That is why we are here today, fully supporting constitutional transformation done in the right way to legally enshrine Te Tiriti as a core part of our constitutional framework. The very purpose of a constitutional document like Te Tiriti o Waitangi is to hold political structures and political leaders accountable to the values, visions, and agreements that this nation was built upon. It is the strongest and single strongest legal tool that we have to ensure that governments uphold their responsibilities, the responsibilities that all of our tupuna signed. And that is also exactly why political leaders want to weaken it, why they want to use this as a tool to incite hate and division. However, we are here today to remind them that they have not succeeded. What we don't need right now is so-called principles, which in reality are rewritten versions of the treaty's official articles. We already know our principles. This work was commissioned long ago in 1989 that gave the Crown guiding principles on how to act in matters arising from the treaty. So let me emphasize, we already know our principles. Now, many of you will have seen the courage of our rangatahi submitting to you over the past few weeks, many of which, including myself, have been forced to rediscover their whakapapa in efforts to ensure they know their identity in this fight, that they fully understand the implications that this bill could have on their community and their whānau. A bill that seeks to rewrite our history and incite division should not be the catalyst in whakapapa discovery. So my challenge to you all today, ensure that every rangatahi has the resources and support to learn their whakapapa, not out of fear, but out of their rights. Our identity should be empowered, not fought for, so every rangatahi can seek their own truth with confidence. Te Tiriti o Waitangi is not just words on paper. It is the foundation of our shared past, present, and future. This bill isn't about clarity, it is about control. And you can't simply tidy up history without erasing truth. And you don't get to rewrite our past just because it makes you uncomfortable. The treaty is a commitment, not a suggestion. And rewriting articles in the name of principles won't rewrite our past. Our generation will be the one to end this ongoing political discussion that we have seen for generations, because we refuse to inherit a rewritten Aotearoa. Ki te tukino koe e te tiriti, ki te tukino koe e tēnei whenua. If you mistreat the treaty, you mistreat the nation. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mukai and Ethan. We've got some time for questions. We'll go first from Todd Stevenson and then Tracy McClellan.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here. We've heard this morning that Maori do have specific rights, responsibilities and privileges. Are you comfortable if those rights, responsibilities and privileges are different to other citizens of New Zealand?
So it's a very interesting question that you raise. And from what we see, those rights and privileges, are those evident in the fact that Māori die 7 years younger than their non-Māori counterparts, evident in the fact that Māori make up 50% of New Zealand's prison population, when it's compared to the rest of the population overall as being 17, 20%? I don't think that screams rights and privileges to me over non-Māori New Zealanders.
Yeah, just tautoko that. And I think the foundations and what the treaty were set up following the events from that long ago have seen that Māori have been disproportionately represented in all of our political structures and our legal structures. If we want to have a conversation about how the treaty sits and how we respect the two populations that signed our founding document, that doesn't equate to rewriting and effectively writing a very biased set of principles by politicians. As I'll go back to my earlier remarks, a constitutional document, whether we want it to be or not, shouldn't allow politicians to be able to tamper with that.
Thanks, Ethan Morko. Look, unfortunately, that's probably the time we have for questions this morning. So I'm sure Tracy has a direct line into young lady to be able to pass on any further questions. But thank you both for being with us this morning. And Ethan, you neglected to mention that you're a champion for the Hutt Valley as well. So we should acknowledge where you've come from too. So thank you both for being here. I appreciate your time.
Thanks, James.
Let's go now to our next submission from Anjum Rahman. And Anjum's going to join us by Zoom.
Tēnā koutou katoa. He uri tēnei no inia, ko Kamarashamim Rawa, ko Anjum Rahman o ku kaumātua. Ko Kirikiriroa tōku whatu manoa. Ko Waikato te awa e mahia nei aku maharahara. He Kirikiriroa ahau e noho ana inai nei, ko Anjum Rahman tōku ingoa. I would like to acknowledge mana whenua where I sit, who are Ngāti Wairere, Ngāti Haua, and Ngāti Mahanga. And because I am in the Waikato, I would like to acknowledge the kingitanga and te arakinui, Queenie ngā waihono i te pō, and also to acknowledge the passing of Kingi Tuheitia. And being based in the Waikato, I would like to begin by quoting the words of Kingi Pōtātou Te Wherewhero, the first Māori king at the time of his coronation. Ko tahi te kohao o te ngara e kuhuna ai te miro mā, te miro pango, te miro whero. Through the eye of the needle pass the white thread, the black thread, and the red thread. I want to acknowledge that I'm taking space from tangata whenua when I sit here and present from you today, and that indicates the fundamental flaw of this process of trying to renegotiate a treaty without equitable processes. This is a Crown-enforced process that the other party never asked for nor consented to, nor did they get a chance to co-design that process. Rights for all of this were taken away as soon as the bill was conceived. I want to go back to my roots as a Muslim woman and give you some historical context. In the early days of the Muslim community in the city of Medina, they entered into the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, and it was a treaty with hugely unfavourable clauses to the Muslim community, but the community kept to it, even when it caused significant hardships, because we honour our commitments. That is a part of our faith and our traditions. Te tiriti was in no way onerous on the Crown, and it should not have been onerous on Maori. It was supposed to be an equal partnership at the very least that protected land, forests, waters, and taonga, as well as tino rangatiratanga. Tangata whenua stuck to their side of te tiriti. The Crown is the one who hasn't honoured it. The pages of te tiriti were almost lost. A couple are actually gone. Continual breaches by the Crown through legislation happened across decades and are still happening. The oppression and dispossession was all legal at a time when very few Maori were in government. The Crown were able to take power through mass migration and importation of troops. Imagine if that process happened today, where a population of 2,500 grew to 703,000 in the space of around 50 years. Breaches of te tiriti, we have a detailed 27-page presentation that lists all the legislative breaches by the Crown up to 2023. And if we did a similar document for the breaches by this government, we would have that many pages again. Tangata whenua have honoured te tiriti. For example, the Maori battalion that participated in wars for this country. Their participation in an enforced democratic system using all Crown mandated methods available to them to seek rights. By accepting minuscule tiriti settlements that represent 1 to 2% of what they lost. As a member of an ethnic minority community, te tiriti is a document which gave us our right to be here and from which we seek our continuing sense of belonging. Not only that, but if we allow permission to ignore Indigenous rights, then that is permission to ignore all of our rights. Other speakers have spoken of the racist impacts of putting this bill forward. It has made discrimination more acceptable, and it has meant taking away tino rangatiratanga in the few spaces that this had actually been gained. The debate has not been good or healthy for a huge number of people. It has caused active harm in terms of personal safety and well-being. Politicians have been using the pain of our communities to self-promote and have refused to acknowledge or recognise our pain and harm. The party leading this debate on behalf of the coalition government got 8% of the vote. Other coalition parties were weak enough to allow this bill to proceed and have conceded the space, which shows their lack of electoral strength, resolve, and respect for basic rights. They have been largely silent, and silence is complicity. Indeed, they have hidden behind this bill to pass other legislation and regulation that strips rights from tangata whenua, such as Section 7AA, shutting down of te akapai ora, continuing and other continuing ongoing breaches by the Crown. If I and other members of ethnic minority communities allow you to do this without speaking out, other groups will continue to receive terrible treatment. This is an issue that affects everyone. It is allowing the breakdown of democratic processes, and it affects everything. To say that Maori are treated differently, I recognise the previous speakers have also made this point. The Crown system is giving unequal and different outcomes. You haven't, over 160 years, been able to fix that. Look at life expectancy rates, home ownership rates, incarceration rates, pay equity data, leadership positions and data, educational achievement. I could go on. The Crown systems are treating people differently in the impact. Even when the wording might legally proclaim equality, in practice, you do not achieve it. Had te tiriti been honoured, we would have achieved it. And I found where tangata whenua have tino rangatiratanga, they include everyone where they have the resources to do so. And a beautiful example in the Waikato is Te Kohao Health. This bill is about promoting individual rights versus collective rights. This is a means to take over collective property rights and to increase the ability of corporate interests to damage papatua nuku. We need to support collective rights. This country is not a corporate. I had a mokopuna born last year. She's 1 year old this month. What protections are in place for her? The harms of the damage that we are doing today and that this bill might further enable are going to be suffered by our mokopuna. I'll finish to say that we stand alongside tangata whenua. This te tiriti is our te tiriti. The Crown represents our side of the partnership, and we do not support what the Crown is doing here. Toi tu te tiriti.
Thank you, Anjum. We'll got time for questions. We'll go to our first one from Todd Stevenson.
Thank you. Thank you for making the time of being here. It's been submitted this morning that Maori do have different rights, responsibilities, and privilege. Are you comfortable that if an immigrant coming to New Zealand this year might have different rights to Maori?
I reject your framing and I reject your question. This is a way to try and sow division between communities, and we see you when you go to ethnic minority communities and try and promote division between our community and theirs. We hear you when you say, oh, your community suffers racism too, and they're getting special treatment. They are not getting special treatment, and they are not getting privileges. They are getting the rights that were promised to them and the rights that should have been upheld in a very minuscule way.
Okay, we'll go to a question from Celia Wade-Brown. That'll be the last one for the session. Okay, Celia, we're probably now running out of time for the question, unfortunately. Celia, you're on mute as well, sorry. So we'll draw the submission to a close. Thank you for providing your submission this morning. The committee does appreciate you being with us and providing that context. Okay, thanks, folks. We don't have Peace Callahan with us, but we'll go to submission now from Melanie Sweet. Melanie's going to join us online as well. Melanie, you'll need to accept the promotion as a panelist, please. Kia ora, Melanie. Thank you for joining the committee this morning. We've got you for a 5-minute submission, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora, can you hear me okay?
You can, yes.
Oh, okay. So tēnā kātou katoa. I ngā rangatira i ngā mana i ngā reo, tēnā koutou I tēnei kaupapa o te rā, kei te harikoa au ki te noho tahi I tēnei wā. Ko Melanie Sweet tāhau, mō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. My mahi empowers whānau, marae and hapu to transform colonial systems from within, ensuring tikanga and kaupapa Māori shape decision-making. Through strategic coaching and capability building, I help individuals, trusts and organisations drive systemic change across social development, governance and policy. My work bridges Te Ao Māori and Te Ao Pākehā, honouring our tupuna while paving the way for future generations. I'll begin with my recommendations and note that my full submission has been read. Kia ora. I provided 6 recommendations, the first one being withdraw the Treaty on Waitangi Principles Bill. This distorts te tiriti and undermines Māori sovereignty. Scrapping it prevents further harm. Number 2, recognise Māori sovereignty. He Whakaputanga 1835 affirms Māori self-determination. The Crown must honour Māori authority. Number 3, guarantee Māori rights in the Constitution. Embed tino rangatiratanga in law to protect Māori self-governance under tikanga. Number 4, create a true treaty partnership. Māori must be equal partners in decision-making with real influence over laws and policies. Number 5, expand redress beyond finance, address historical injustices through cultural language and healing initiatives. And number 6, educate on Māori sovereignty and te tiriti. Public education must deepen understanding of te tiriti, he whakaputanga, and Aotearoa's history. For over 180 years, the Crown has had the opportunity, and dare I say the obligation, to honour the partnership between Māori and the Crown. Time and again it has failed, embedding disadvantage into our systems. This bill is not a solution, it is another attempt to divide and control, colonial divide and conquer tactics. But we are informed, we are engaged, and we will not accept decisions that undermine our future. The Crown and this government act from fear of true partnership, equity, Māori self-determination, but fear is not a foundation for good governance, eh? Solutions don't come from Wellington boardrooms, they come from our people, our whenua, our grassroots. The next generation demands better and deserves more. This bill fails them. It's irresponsible, short-sighted, and the wrong approach. That was made clear by 50 members of the King's Council in the oral submission this month. We have come too far not to go further, done too much not to do more. Sir James Henari's words still ring true. Māori have always led solutions for Māori. True healing happens through the waharoa, our tikanga, our processes, our leadership. The government has a role, but it must stop overreaching. Partnership is not control, it is co-design, co-governance, and co-creation. And taxes fund this entire process. So where do we stand? Are we financing our exclusion, or will anyone have a real say in shaping a system that serves all? The government must mature and accept the truth. Real solutions come from the grassroots. Māori have upheld te tiriti for all, while the Crown continues to fall short. In conclusion, and given the time limits I have, the government must uphold te tiriti with integrity and use public funds wisely. Investing in divisive, poorly conceived legislation is failed leadership, period. Those misrepresenting te tiriti and wasting taxpayer money must be held to a much higher standard. Indigenous economies are set to reach trillions, and Māori are poised to lead Aotearoa into shared prosperity. It's time to move beyond performative politics and commit to genuine partnership, making decisions with, not for Māori. Where Māori thrive, Aotearoa thrives. Kia ora mai tātou. I'm hoping I've left enough time for pārtai because I suspect there might be a few.
You've gone through a lot of information very quickly, so we've got about a minute left. I'll go to Todd Stevenson for a question.
Hi, thank you for making your submission. Just in relation to Principle 1 in the bill, which is around sovereignty, we heard this morning actually from Dame Salmond that the term sovereignty was softened, and I see in your recommendations you use the term Maori sovereignty. Can you just expand on what you mean by that term?
So if I think over the 180 years, the debate has been who has sovereignty. Often Crown has said Māori has ceded sovereignty, so let's have that sovereignty conversation. Our kupu, our Māori kupu, and you would know this, Todd, our Māori kupu is not as a much deeper understanding to the kupu than the transliterations, and I think that's something that needs to be understood. We cannot just go motaka as a vehicle because it's not how it works. And we've actually bastardized our language as a result of doing such things. So sovereignty is kind of just making sure that we're listening, the people who are listening, which is people like yourselves, have you can relate to the pārtai. So we can go through and pick it all out, but I think having that depth of understanding of Māori kupu first and foremost is probably the imperative here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Melanie. Look, thank you for your time this morning. I know 5 minutes isn't a lot of time to get through what you need to get through, but you've done a great job. So just want to acknowledge your submission today.
You're right. Enjoy the rest of your day, Whangarei.
Thank you. We'll go now to our submission from Jinty MacTavish. Jinty's joining us online.
Kia ora. Can you hear me okay?
We can, Jinty. Thanks for joining the committee. We've got you for a 5-minute submission this morning, so I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. I ngā mana, I ngā reo, I ngā raurangatira mā, tina koutou, tina koutou, tina koutou katoa. Ko kōtārani te whakapaparanga mai, engari ko Moiraki te whenua tupu, ko Otipoti te kāinga, ko Jinty MacTavish tōku ingoa. James, I'm from the south, you'll be pleased to know. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. Receiving the invitation, I have to admit I hesitated to accept. Anyone that's checked in even momentarily with the proceedings of this committee will be familiar with the depth and quality of inputs you've received from submitters much more qualified than I. You've heard from tangata whenua speak eloquently about the damage the bill has already done to Māori Crown relations. You've heard historians address the bill's misrepresentation of our nation's founding document, and lawyers and lawmakers speaking to the inadequacies of both process and drafting. And I've been pleased to see former politicians of all stripes speaking to the sadness and horror they've felt watching holes torn in decades of careful bipartisan work to acknowledge and provide some redress for the innumerable and well-documented Crown breaches of Te Tiriti. Indeed, I acknowledge the Waitangi Tribunal's assessment that in having purposefully excluded consultation with Māori, even just the Crown's process to develop this bill represents yet another breach of our founding document. And it's in that context, despite reservations about my qualifications, I thought it important to accept. As a Pākehā New Zealander with 2 young Pākehā children, I felt it important to show up and say very clearly, please stop the breaches of Te Tiriti and please uphold Te Tiriti as our ancestors promised and too often have failed to do. Former Prime Minister and National Party leader Dame Jenny Shipley used the word unconscionable to describe the bill, the same word that she used when delivering the Crown's apology for its unconscionable treatment of Ngaitahu. What an apt descriptor. I find it unconscionable that a government would seek to unilaterally interpret any agreement without reference to the other signatory, let alone an agreement as important as Te Tiriti. I find it unconscionable that a government would back a bill to select committee, even when the process of creating it has been assessed as breaching Te Tiriti. I find it unconscionable that at a time when our country is facing so many real challenges, government have chosen to invest time and energy in a bill that risks further eroding our social cohesion and indeed trust in government. And I find it unconscionable that the government is simultaneously seeking to advance a raft of other legislative changes that have similarly questionable outcomes in terms of treaty obligations. I agree with submitters that have suggested that all of the above does warrant an apology, but I wanted to use the last of my time with this committee to consider how we can move forward from this point and to avoid this happening again. When I listened to the tenor of some of the submissions that you've been receiving in support of the bill, it struck me that somewhat strangely for a nation that prides itself on innovation, there seems to be a particularly pervasive and unhelpful assumption in the national discourse that genuinely upholding Te Tiriti means giving things up. And my observation is that this couldn't be further from the truth. I'm sure most other Kiwis would share a desire for our kids to grow up in communities where people look after each other and are connected to Te Taiao. And in the South, where Te Tiriti has been upheld in decision-making, my observation is that it has almost always brought us closer to this vision. Speaking at Onuku Marae on Waitangi Day, Kaitahu Kaiwhakahaere Justin Tipa, who happens to also come from Moiraki, delivered an absolute blinder of a speech. And if you haven't had the opportunity to hear it, may I commend it to you in full. He spoke to the importance of centering our obligations to one another and to our honour, and I'd like to finish by quoting him directly. He said, true political leadership is about meeting people where they are and synthesising the interests of various strands of society into a workable whole. It's a complex and messy task, but it's important. Because when there's an absence of this type of leadership, voices that represent comparatively simpler and shallower viewpoints begin to shine through. Not because of the strength of their position or mandate, but because they've got a simple philosophy that provides simple answers to the complex questions we are inevitably confronted with. If a majority of MPs hear and generally respond to this whirl, perhaps some good may yet come of this wholly unnecessary and immensely damaging process. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jinty. Look, unfortunately, that's the time I've got this morning. So just on behalf of the committee, want to thank you for beaming in from down south and also for the work that you did in the predator-free space too. Like, I'm very much appreciative of all that work. And I don't know how you've organised it, but Aaron Hawkins is up next. So this is some sort of dynamic, I reckon. There
Thank
he
you,
is.
Mr. Chair.
He's just popped on screen there. So no, on behalf of the committee, thank you for your submission and we appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Right, we are now going to go to Aaron Hawkins, who is also from the Deep South. So Aaron, good morning. Thank you for being with us. You have managed to score yourself 10 minutes this morning. So you need to apologise for Jinty for that. So, but otherwise I will hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Yeah, tēnā koe, Mr. Chairman, tēnā tātou katoa. I'll try not to repeat too much of Ms. MacTavish's presentation, but I agree with it all wholeheartedly. I also want to acknowledge the passing of Upoko David Allison from Kati Hui Rapaki Pokataraki, who we lost last week, and also acknowledge the privilege that I have in being able to present to my submission when 15,000 others haven't been able to, and what better week to be having this kōrero than during Te Matatini. In 1997, following the signing of the Ngāi Tahu Treaty Settlement, the Aotearoa marae in Dunedin was burned to the ground, and the words "Enough is enough" were spray painted on site. The same day, the Ngāi Tahu Māori Law Centre was firebombed and the perpetrators were never brought to justice. This is not 185 years ago. This is our very real and very recent history, and it is the kind of history that we are doomed to repeat if we continue to indulge the most base elements of our society with parliamentary processes such as this. It's been really interesting to me seeing and watching these hearings unfold in recent weeks, and in particular seeing who's been making submissions. And as Jinty mentioned, you know, we've seen robust, articulate and thorough submissions against the bill from our finest legal practitioners, legal academics and historians, iwi and hapu, public health, environmental and civil society organisations, former prime ministers and cabinet ministers from both sides of the House, local government leaders, rangatahi and so on. And who was submitting in favour of the bill? Ruth Richardson and Barry from down at the pub. Now, I'm not an expert in Te Tiriti and I don't pretend to be, but I do know a bit about how this process is supposed to work. It's an exercise in weighing up the competing evidence and the committee using that to come to some decisions. And the evidence has all been pretty lopsided so far, and it's telling us that the committee has no choice but to throw out this revisionist legislation, have the government apologise for the avoidable harm it has caused, and properly invest in education around our history as a nation, such that we might avoid the fertile ground that has given rise to it. Because on the subject of revisionism, I submit that it's a myth that this bill appeared in a vacuum in the coalition negotiations in 2023. It was allowed to get to that point because those same parties of government spent 3 years cozying up to anti-Māori populism on the back of Labour's Three Waters reforms program. It was extraordinary to watch these parties, among them those who consider themselves the natural party of government, empower, if not tacitly endorse, some of the most vile public discourse that I can remember between 2020 and 2023. That is how we got to where we got to today. This bill, this government bill, is taking up a lot of oxygen, but it's far from the only bill that seeks to stop the progress that has been made and is continuing to be made to address systemic breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi for 185 years and counting. If the National Party and New Zealand First are as opposed to the intent of this bill as they tell us they are, they should expand their view to the rest of the government's legislative program. But it doesn't have to be this way. All of the ugliness aside, and there's certainly been plenty of that, this process has given me a lot of hope. Twice in Ōtepoti, Dunedin, we have filled the octagon with love and support for a te tiriti-based future in Aotearoa me te Waipounamu. Every day we see more and more expression from all sectors of society, from business, from the arts and sports, from community groups, embracing the tauka that Māori have so generously shared with us that makes our nation so special. We like to celebrate our role as world leaders, as punching above our weight. Well, Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a unique governing arrangement that should be celebrated in that way. An arrangement, if we honour the promises made in it, that protects us all and gives us all a place to stand here up and down the motu. By celebrating that, by honouring that, we have the opportunity to truly take long-term, future-focused mokopuna decisions for the good of our people and our planet now and for the generations to come. What I'm seeing and hearing is that more and more New Zealanders are indeed up for a debate about the role of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, not just in our past, but in shaping our future. But this absolutely isn't the way to go about that. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Aaron. We've got some time for questions if members have anything to put to Aaron. Tracy McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Tākale, Aaron, thank you very much for your submission. You said several things that were particularly interesting to me, but it made me mindful and able to reflect on the fact that history is replete with examples of how people in search of power use division and exploit simple messages to rile up some people that may feel disaffected. And you use Three Waters as an example. Do you think, therefore, given this bill was introduced to Parliament with a death wish, essentially, saying it wouldn't go any further, do you think that this period of this process is serving another purpose? And if so, having watched all the submissions, do you think actually the purpose may have been relatively positive in the end?
Yeah, thank you. I can't speak to the intentions of those who drafted the legislation, but I certainly think that the outcome of this process may not have been what they had in mind. I think it has had a far greater unifying effect, and certainly in my community, than I could ever have imagined. And particularly the role that tauiwi have played, Pākehā and migrant communities who have come to swing in behind tangata whenua in support of Te Tiriti o Waitangi as a foundational document and as a document that gives us all a place to stand here in this country. And the end of the old order is always going to be loud and messy, but I think we have an opportunity here, if there has to be a silver lining in this process, that we can harness the support that we have seen in our community to build something better in how we arrange ourselves and how we govern ourselves as a nation.
Thanks, Aaron. We'll take a question from Todd.
Thanks. And so just given your answer, Aaron, thank you. And thank you for being here, by the way. So if one of the purposes was to have a public conversation around the treaty, then you'd say that this process has been successful.
No, I wouldn't say the process has been successful. I think the process was always designed in a way that caused maximum harm to Māori communities, and I think that's abhorrent. And I think anybody who has been involved in designing that should be embarrassed of themselves and should apologise for the avoidable and knowing harm that they have caused our communities. What I'm saying is that if there has to be some good that's come out of this toxic public discourse that has been initiated by government, it's that we have been able to organise in our communities in support of Māori and against the government's process.
All right, that's probably, I'm looking around, there's probably no more questions in the room. So just, Aaron, thank you on behalf of the committee for being with us this morning, for providing a presentation.
Good, James.
To be here. All right, folks, we are now going to head into a break. Just before we do, just want to make a couple of quick comments. The first one is just, there was a comment in the previous submission about the calibre of individuals submitting. I just don't want to dissuade anyone from making submissions just because they're not an academic or have a qualification. Part of the process is that it's open to everyone, and people shouldn't feel dissuaded just because they might be an individual who views an opinion based on their own experiences. The second one is that after the break, we'll be hearing from the Disabled Persons Assembly. And so there will be live captioning for that submission. So if members do want to ask questions, we just ask that they, to ensure the live captioning works, we speak clearly and directly into the microphone to try and minimize any background noise. So apart from that, we will see everyone back in 15 minutes at 10:45 for the next submission. Welcome back, everyone. It's now 10:45, so we'll continue with our morning sessions on the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. And joining us first this morning is Kira Sherwood O'Regan from the Disabled Persons Assembly New Zealand. Kia ora, Kira, thank you for joining us. We have you before the committee for 10 minutes this morning. There is live captioning, so if members would like to turn live captioning on their screens, they can use the little, I think, closed caption button in the corner. But otherwise, I'll hand over to you, Kira, to take us through your submission.
Tēnā koe te hea mana, tēnā koutou e ka mema o te komiti nei. Hiuri tēnei o kaitahu ka te mamoe waitaha, he wahine Maori ahau, he wahine haua ahau, ko Kira Sherwood O'Regan tōku e koa. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Kira Sherwood O'Regan, and first and foremost, I'm here before you today as a proud descendant of Kaitahu, Kati Mamoe and Waitaha, and as a proudly disabled woman. Today, while I'm speaking in my capacity as National President of the Disabled Persons Assembly, my identity, my lived experience, and my communities are the foundation of my mahi, my perspective, and my being here. It's my community of disabled members who I'm accountable to in this submission, much like each of you are, or should be, accountable to your own communities and electors. And that's one thing that all of us in this room, this virtual room, have in common. It's that the overwhelming majority of our communities completely reject this bill and expect us to represent them in rejecting it too. Our communities see this bill for what it is, an unnecessary, divisive and disingenuous attempt to undermine the social fabric and constitutional foundation of our country, to roll back human rights and to open up Aotearoa to unfettered exploitation. I urge the members of the Select Committee to consider your mandates and your communities. Heed the communities that you represent as you decide on the future of this bill. Shut it down before it does any more harm to my community or to yours. With the limited time that we have together and with DPA's submission being taken as read, the written version, I'd like to share some acknowledgements and process points before concluding with 3 core messages. I te tuatahi, firstly, I would like to recognise our policy advisor, Patty Poa, for her immense contribution to DPA's written submission and to our community. Secondly, so as to not repeat what has already been put so powerfully by others, DPA would like to tautoko and support the written and oral submissions made by Te Runanga o Ngaitahu, whose whenua I'm calling from today, the National Iwi Chairs Forum, Maranga Mai Working Group on the People's Action Plan Against Racism, Te Kāhui Tika Takata, the Human Rights Commission, and Te Whangarei Māori o Aotearoa, the Māori Law Association. We also asked the Select Committee to whakamana the submissions of disabled organisations, disabled people, and takata hoa, whaikaha, and Turi Māori specifically, many of whom have not been extended opportunities to present. Thirdly, DPA would like to highlight the inaccessibility of this process, which has denied deaf and disabled people, takata turi and takata hoa, their rights to democratic participation. There have been barriers to engaging with the bill itself due to the lack of accessible information and alternate formats like easy read and sign language. There have been barriers to submitting, again with little provision for alternate formats and with a rush timeframe over the summer break where our community organisations were closed and where many disabled people had reduced access to the support they would need to submit. And finally, there are barriers in today's process where many disabled people are unable to follow oral submissions due to the lack of basic accessibility provisions. I do want to personally thank your hardworking team for arranging transcription for me during this submission. However, on a wider scale, it is simply unacceptable that hearings on a critical issue of such national and constitutional significance are not captured and interpreted in their entirety as standard practice. And unfortunately, this highlights one of the most frustratingly basic struggles of disabled people in this country, and exactly why disability rights and human rights more broadly are so incredibly necessary. This brings me to DPA's core messages and one of the fundamental problems that disabled New Zealanders are concerned about with this bill. Simply, the Crown has a moral and legal obligation to respect human rights and the agreements it has signed up to. This bill breaches many such agreements and rights, and Te Tiriti itself, as has been extensively addressed by the mentioned submissions. And it especially breaches the rights of takata hauā, Waikaha and Turi Māori, deaf and disabled Māori, and as such, it has no place in Aotearoa. The rights to political participation, accessibility and culture, including to Māori, Turi and deaf culture, are key examples, and this bill undermines these rights by flattening out our differences to make all New Zealanders the same, by sowing mistrust and division that will result in discrimination for our communities, especially when practicing their culture, as was highlighted by Crew's Kappa of CCS Disability Action on Monday, and by putting such a critical decision up to such an inaccessible and one-sided process. These rights are protected, amongst others, by the UN CRPD, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, and UNDRIP, the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, both of which New Zealand have signed up to. It's worth noting that all respected human rights bodies internationally and nationally have clearly backed up the importance of Te Tiriti and recommended its protection when investigating or reporting on New Zealand. Protecting Te Tiriti is essential to protecting all human rights in Aotearoa. Members of the committee, if you or your constituents pride yourselves on New Zealand's human rights track record, there is only one decision: reject this bill. A second key issue for DPA is that this bill mischaracterises and threatens the basis for our being and operation in Aotearoa. DPA is a mainstream organisation, not a hapu, iwi or kaupapa Māori organisation, and Te Tiriti is what enables organisations like ours to exist, operate and flourish in this country. We're able to do our work not in spite of, but because of Te Tiriti. Most sensible and community-minded organisations recognise that Te Tiriti and takata whenua provide immense value for our organisations, our collective impact and our society at large. That's evidenced in the uptick of organisations who are seeking tiriti training, encouraging Māori leadership and learning from takata whenua. We know that upholding our obligations as tiriti partners are a positive duty and a privilege, not a chore. So members of this committee, if you want communities to thrive, there is only one decision: reject this bill. Finally, DPA would like to note that honouring Te Tiriti, seeking tiriti justice and supporting our takata whenua tiriti partners benefits all New Zealanders and all disabled people. Takata hauā, Waikaha and Turi Māori are undoubtedly harmed by this bill. The stress, exhaustion and worry in our Māori disabled communities is at an all-time high, with the double hit of disability rights rollbacks and these attacks on Māori and Te Tiriti. That should be enough. Knowing that one of our most marginalised communities is affected and harmed by this should be enough to stop this bill in its tracks. But lest its proponents complain about special treatment, let me be very clear. What works for disabled Māori benefits all disabled people. When we honour Te Tiriti, when we listen to takata whenua, we are all better off. So members of the committee, if you want an Aotearoa where disabled people and indeed all New Zealanders are better off, there is only one decision: reject this bill. DPA firmly and strongly oppose this bill. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Kira. Thank you for your submission. We've got time for a question. We'll take it from Todd Stevenson.
Thank you very much for your submission, and I do think we have some accessibility issues to work on in relation to parliamentary processes. What I'm interested in is just discussing draft principle 3 in the bill. And look, I've read your submission, so I appreciate your position is you're actually more interested in equity rather than equality. But as drafted, do you think that what we could call the equal protection provision or the equality provision would encompass the community you represent?
Kia ora, tēnā koe, thank you for your question. Firstly, I don't accept the premise of the question and the principle that's contained in the bill as written. Obviously, you will have heard from many other submitters around that distinction between equity and equality, and that's certainly something that is important for DPA. And I'd also like to echo the submission made by Tina Ngata yesterday, in that it is not te tiriti that sets up differences in our society or inequity at all. That is part of the colonial process, and therefore this provision in the bill as written just does not make sense, and it is disingenuous. And I would say that if we're concerned about equity and equality, we should be concerned about the very small percentage, the very, very small but vocal few who have been dominating our social discourse on this issue, and who have the temerity to not only be completely loud and overbearing, but to be loud and wrong at the same time. Disabled people are not benefited by this bill in any way.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Thank you, Kira. That's the time we have this morning for the committee. I just want to acknowledge your submission on behalf of the committee and on behalf of your organisation, and thank you for being with us.
Tēnā koutou.
We now have a submission from law academics at the Auckland University and also Waikato, Otago and Raukawa. And joining us online is Professor Anna Hood, Professor Hannah Wilberg and Professor Claire Charters. Kia ora koutou. Thank you all for joining us. We've got you for 10 minutes for your submission this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Thank you. Tēnā tātou katoa. Can you hear us okay?
We can.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, so we're here representing 34 legal academics, mostly from Te Whangature, Auckland University Law Faculty and the other law faculties that you mentioned. And so I am Associate Professor Hannah Wilberg. I work in public law, and we have Associate Professor Anna Hood, who works in international law, and we have Associate Professor, Professor, beg your pardon, Claire Charters, who works on international law and comparative Indigenous rights and many other things in that area. So I just want to introduce our submission. We understand that we should take the submission as read, so I'm not going to talk to the content in a great deal of detail. I just rather wanted to mention the manner of the many people who have signed on to the submission. So as we've said, 34 legal academics, including lots of leading academics on a national and international plane, such as Professor Claire Charters here, but also Professor Craig Iliff, who works on tax law, Professor Julia Tolmie, who works on criminal law and women's rights, Professor Mark Hennigan, who was the former Dean of Otago and works on family law, and the list goes on. So I just wanted to make that point. And all of us, the point of our collective submission is that the bill that we're considering here is unconstitutional for the reasons that are set out in the written submission. And in terms of the content, I think I will just remind you of the summary that appears in the submission. What we've all said is that the bill is inconsistent with this nation's founding constitutional instrument, Te Tiriti o Waitangi. It subjects Maori rights to potential breach via legislative override by a majority, and it violates New Zealand's obligations to uphold the rule of law, human rights, and Indigenous peoples' rights under international law. So that's, in a nutshell, the reason why these 34 legal academics oppose this bill. And so we all urge the committee to recommend that the bill be abandoned. And we're very grateful to you for reading our submission and for this opportunity to talk to you. And that's all I wanted to say. I turn over to Anna Hood and Kia Charters will both make some further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. I want to pick up on one of the points that we made in the submission, and that is that this bill is in violation of New Zealand's international legal obligations. I'm going to speak to this in my personal capacity as an international law academic. And the key point that I want to focus on this morning is that Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a binding international treaty. Having watched a number of the submissions to this committee over the last few weeks, I'm aware that there's been some contention around this issue. And so I want to touch on a few key points to make this clear. One of the issues that has come up in the committee is whether Māori had the capacity to enter into a treaty in 1840. And under international law, the answer is clearly yes. In the 19th century, international law provided that states could enter into treaties, and there were two forms of statehood that were accepted. One was so-called basic statehood, which applied to entities that governed themselves. The other was so-called civilized statehood, which applied to entities that governed themselves and then were recognized as states by other so-called civilized nations. New Zealand in 1840 satisfied the criteria for both forms of statehood. It's very clear that Māori had their own governing mechanisms. Tikanga Māori existed, there were the organisation systems within Hapu and Iwi, and importantly there was Hei Whakaputanga in 1835, which was the Declaration of Independence that was recognised both here and in Britain by British officials. In terms of the so-called civilised statehood category, a number of different countries recognised New Zealand as an independent state in the 1830s, including Britain, the United States and France. So I think very clearly Māori were able to enter into the treaty. The second issue that has come up is the fact that there are two treaties, the English language version and Te Reo Māori version. And under international law, it is the Te Reo Māori version, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, that is the authoritative source. There are a number of different international law rules that lead to that conclusion. I'm going to touch on a couple very briefly. The first is the rule contra proferentum, which holds that if there's any ambiguity in a treaty, it must be construed against the party that drafted it. So in this case, it was the British that drafted it, so it must be the Māori version that stands. There's also the rule dubio mitius, which holds that if the meaning of a treaty term is ambiguous, you have to adopt the meaning that is less onerous to the party assuming an obligation, or which interferes less with the territorial and personal supremacy of a party. And again, when applied, that means that it's Te Tiriti that is the governing treaty. Finally, the vast majority of rangatira signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi and not the Treaty of Waitangi. So that's where we have the binding agreement between the two sides. The last point I'd make on all of this is that there are other international laws that go towards supporting the fact that Te Tiriti is a binding international treaty. To touch on just one, there's Article 37 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which sets out and protects the right of Indigenous peoples to the recognition, observance and enforcement of treaties they've entered into with states. So I think very clearly Te Tiriti o Waitangi is an international binding treaty, and if this bill goes through, it's going to place us in serious violation of it. Kia ora. Hand over to Claire.
Well, tēnā koutou katoa. You heard mainly from me yesterday, but I speak here again, actually in a personal capacity, although endorse 100% that submission from us as legal academics. There has been a question that seems to pop up quite a lot about whether Te Tiriti or whether it creates difference based on ancestry. And I want to emphatically point out that the difference, if any, created in Te Tiriti or Waitangi is based on Māori being a political entity with sovereign authority. And that's where the difference lies. It's not based on ancestry at all. And this is exactly why, going to the point I made yesterday, Canada and the US recognise Indigenous peoples not as collectives based on shared ancestry or race, but as sovereign and self-determining entities. And the inherent structural inequality in New Zealand's governmental structure in favour of the Crown and settlers results from the imposition of colonial Anglo-Westminster system without the consent of Māori and as a result of the impacts on Māori as sovereign peoples. So consequently, settlers experience incredible and significant privilege when compared to Māori on both a collective and an individual basis. So on a collective level, descendants of settlers experience considerable privilege because in contrast, Māori are regulated by an imposed system of government that they did not agree to and have, for example, had most of their land taken. As you've probably heard many times, their reo Māori has been forbidden at various times, including for my grandmother, for example. Then also as a result of this, Māori individuals experience inequality in almost every socioeconomic indicia available in this country. And I just want to point out that nearly 50 years of research under the globally renowned Harvard project on Indigenous peoples' governance and development has shown empirically and conclusively that Indigenous peoples' socioeconomic outcomes are far superior when Indigenous peoples regulate themselves in accordance with their sovereignty and self-determination. So tēnā koutou katoa.
Thanks to you all. Look, it's there were some questions lined up, but we're in the last sort of 30 seconds of the session, so there won't be time for questions. But I'll just acknowledge on behalf of the committee, you all for providing your written submission and also for being with us this morning for your oral presentation. It is greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Ka kite.
We're going to go to submission in person, and I think it's Tanith. Yeah, come to the table. So we've got Tanith Wirihana Te Waitohio Te Rangi with us. We've got you for a 5-minute submission this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koe. Whakatūria mai nā pau Aotearoa mai te taitonga ki te tai rāwhiti nā pau ki te tai toke rau ki te tai hawauru. Mai te wehewe tangātu ngā tipuna mātua, te wehewe tangātu ngā taina tuākana, mai te pōriuri, mai te pōkerekere, mai te ao pauri ka puta nei ko te ao marama. Tihere Māori ora. E ai ki oku nei mātua, ki oku nei tipuna, ki roto o tūranga. Ka mea mai a etahi o rātau. Ara, nā te kani te ua me etahi atu, nā te tiriti o Waitangi, hei whakakotahi. Hei wi kotahi. E hara tēnei i te tiriti muru whenua, e hara i te tiriti patu taonga, hoko taonga rānei, e hara nei i te tiriti patu tikanga. However, we have noticed that with this treaty submissions bill, that as opposed to what our ancestors said, that the treaty is a thing that brings us together as one people, that this bill causes nothing but division and reinforces the assimilationist policy that has led to us being disproportionately represented in all negative statistics, largely due to the fact that, as we have heard from all of the other submissions, settler colonialism has been rampant and has been enforced and pushed over us and has not been something that any of us have taken very lightly. Anyway, I don't want to talk too long or to read out any of the notes that I've had, but rather I would like to take questions based upon my submission and to clarify perhaps any aspects of that you may be interested in.
Well, kia ora, Tanith. So I'll hand over to members of the committee for questions. Well, so Celia.
Kia ora. Thank you for coming in. And I was interested, to what extent do you see this bill as a distraction? It's destined to fail. Do you see it as drawing attention away from other potentially destructive legislation?
Yes, I very much believe that this bill is nothing more than a policy of distraction. It is being pushed before us while there are all of these other insidious policies that aim to delete Te Tiriti from all legislation and also from all other aspects of the public service, etc. I do believe that it is nothing more than a political move designed to create attention and to draw attention towards it as all of these other things are happening. If that makes sense.
Thanks, Celia. We've got a question from Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, and thank you for making the time to make a submission. One of our last submitters just said that Maori are a political entity with sovereign authority. Pretty straightforward statement. How would an individual know if they're part of that entity?
Can you please clarify?
Well, we've heard that basically the treaty was two nations coming together, and so you could view, or the proposition was that Maori are actually a political entity with sovereign authority. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was just curious to know, how would someone know if they're a part of that entity?
Well, Māori are not an entity. We are a very proud nation of people, and we exert sovereign rights. If anything, I would like to reflect back upon the comments of Donna Aotearoa back during her submission to Broadsheet, that Māori are largely treated as a political entity, if not a political football to be kicked around by colonisers and the government whenever necessary to create and double down into votes from the most ignorant portions of New Zealand's voting people. So as to whether a person knows whether they're a part of an entity, no, we are not a hive mind.
Thank you, Todd. Any further questions? No, there's no further questions, but we've got about half a minute left if there's anything you want to close on, Kenneth, otherwise we can wrap up.
Well, I would like to simply say that the bill promotes differences based on ancestry in favour of non-Māori. It reinforces the assimilationist policy and approach that leads to Māori being disproportionately represented in all negative statistics. Tangata whenua rights do not come at the expense of rights of tangata tiriti, and colonialism and procedural equality ignore context, especially given their systems, laws and cultures and people that have been largely forced onto Māori at the expense of our traditional society, tikanga and culture.
Hey, thank you for being with the committee this morning and for waiting patiently with us. We do appreciate you coming in person and giving your submission.
Tēnā rā te mihi atu kia koutou.
We'll move now to a submission coming online from Charles Burke. Charles, good morning. Thank you for being with the committee. We've got you for a 5-minute session this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
G'day. Thank you for considering my submission today. I appreciate the thought and care this committee is giving to what is obviously a contentious issue. I want to frame my comments by observing that New Zealand ranks around 8th best in the world at delivering on the Declaration of Human Rights based on civil liberties, human rights practices, political freedom and social equity. 8th out of 179 countries. Put more tangibly, that means every day in every town in this country, we are in the top 5% of the world at being an awesome place with incredible personal freedom. And actually, we're fairly rich too. Without diminishing the real grief being expressed by people, that is a good place on which to stand. And against that backdrop, I want to ask this committee to consider at least the following 3 matters within their deliberation. Clause 7 of the bill makes clear that it is about interpretation of legislation. So it has limited scope in particular circumstances. There should be no issue with Parliament defining the meaning of its own legislation. Secondly, with regard to definition, the media, politicians, judiciary and bureaucracy have been saying for the last several years that there is nothing that needs discussing. 42 Kings Council have recently advised that it is settled law. Such observations seem reasonable after 50 years and would suggest that codification ought not be a big deal. One cannot help wonder why it has become a big deal. There've been a number of people suggesting that we need more time for good faith discussion about this matter. I can't help but ask where those voices were only 36 months ago when discussion was being denied and blocked as unnecessary. Why not begin those good faith discussions when there was an issue that was clearly of concern to many New Zealanders? Arguably, how this conversation we're having today has been started was indelicate. It does not automatically follow that the discussion lacks good faith. And I want to thank you for leading a good faith discussion on this bill. using the customs and practices of our representative democracy. And I guess those conversations will carry on even if this bill is passed into law. So to wrap that all up, objectively, New Zealand is a great country where the poorest have financial, social, and physical freedom only dreamed of by the poor and oppressed in much of the world. That is something worth protecting. After 50 years, it is right, fair, and reasonable for the House of Representatives to define what they mean in their legislation. And accordingly, I ask this committee to support this bill to a second reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Thanks for your submission, your written submission and your oral submission. I'll go to a question from Todd Stevenson.
Thanks, Charles, and thanks for making the time. You referenced, I'm assuming, some legislation 36 months ago. Can you just talk a bit more about what your concern was around that and why you think that highlighted some issues?
So I'm really thinking about the fact that there was a lot of discussion before the last election where this whole conversation was very clearly put on the table and raised as something that would come forward as an election issue. And so I guess I'm wondering why it was necessary for it to be quite such a forceful process to actually get to a discussion, which now people are saying, hey, let's talk about this some.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Charles. We're approaching the end of the session, so unless anyone has any very, very quick questions in the last 30 seconds, I don't see any. So look, Charles, just thank you for being with us this morning, for taking the time to present to the committee and participating in the process. As you mentioned, it's a very valuable process to go through, and it allows everyone to have their say as much as we can accommodate. So I just want to acknowledge you and thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Our next submission is from Hope Tupara, and Hope is joining us online. It's a 10-minute submission. That doesn't. Okay. Are we doing 10 or 5? Is Angeline here? Just Hope, when you are asked to become a panelist, you'll have to click accept in order to join the committee. So what we'll do is when we get that sorted, we'll go to Angeline Greensill. We'll invite Angeline into the room. Okay. Kia ora, Hope. Thank you for accepting the invitation to join the committee. Thank you for being with us today. I have you scheduled for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora. I'm hoping you might hear serenading at the back. I'm at my skinny. My name is Hope Tupara. Can you hear me okay?
Say that again, sorry. Just doing some administration in the background.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Hope Tupara. This is my personal submission. I'm opposed to the Treaty Principles Bill because the law is not the determinant of an agreement between two parties. It doesn't happen in business, trade and economic contexts, in social or cultural contexts. Today we might check the laws around details once we have agreed out on the bottom lines, but we do not start from the law. This bill will also be a breach of tikanga and even Pākehā ethical standards, where the government is signalling that even when you have a partner who is more than capable of making decisions, in this instance about this bill, based on futility, our capacity and capability to do so is being taken from us. That is a breach of our consent as partners to futility. I speak for my mokopuna who have whakapapa from the north, the south, the west and the east. Each of the rohe from where my mokopuna have ancestry have all been impacted by breaches of Te Tiriti. Pākehā settlers from the 1800s benefited from the pillaging of our lands, the illegal and legal taking of our lands, the deaths and humiliation of our women and children. When I hear people say, how does the 1800s matter to today? It matters because of the accumulated wealth and resources that have set up these subsequent generations since that time. Our people are hardworking. Our people have suffered equally in bad times. When my grandfather returned from World War II, he did not receive a parcel of land from a ballot like his Pākehā comrades. Had he done so, he would have set up his whānau in the same way many Pākehā who came here after my people were privileged to be set up. This bill satisfies those who have benefited from our deprivation and who choose not to do their own research about their whānau and how they came to a new land that was already occupied. They thrived at our collective expense, and they choose not to question how an already occupied land would so easily enable land occupied by theirs. Those of us who have prospered do so in spite of the racism that is part of the history of this country, and this bill enables the continuation of racism. I was the lead person for the historical account of my mother's iwi, Ngai Tā Manuhiri, that underpins the settlement with the Crown of historical breaches of Te Tiriti or Waitangi by the Crown. The account contains the agreed set of facts. We agreed were factual with the Crown researchers as known at the time. In 1866, Parliament enacted legislation to indemnify any actions taken to suppress what the Crown considered to be a rebellion. The British Crown government disallowed this act, but the New Zealand Parliament enacted similar indemnifying legislation in 1867 and 1868. This bill is further indemnity legislation to support the same motives as those in the 1800s. In July 1861, my tipuna Rahuruhi Rukupo wrote to the superintendent at Hawke's Bay Province on behalf of the Tūrangarunanga to express their concern at reports soldiers were being sent to Napier. They predicted that the Crown would attack them for possession of their land, stating that we have the land in possession from which flows fatness, and from the fatness of our land we derive what we now are possessed of, namely money. This bill is about indemnifying again what was predicted to happen in the 1800s. Let's have a national conversation about Te Tiriti and educate ourselves about the good, the bad and the ugly instead of going into a bill that is clearly driven by those in power who want more power or protection of their pets. I'm here to speak for my mokopuna who don't speak for themselves. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Hope. Thank you for your submission. Members, are there any questions for Hope based on that submission? Hope, there appears to be no immediate questions from the committee. So just on behalf of the committee, can I just acknowledge your written submission and also you being with us this morning to speak to it and to elaborate on it. We do appreciate everyone that comes to present before us before the committee, and just want to acknowledge your submission.
Kia ora.
We'll move on to our next submission from Angeline Greensill, and Angeline is joining us online as well. Angeline? Yes. Angeline, there you go, you can hear us. Good morning, thank you for joining the committee. We've got you for our 10-minute submission this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora koutou. Kia ora koutou. I've just hidden, my submission is hidden behind the screen, so sorry. Tēnā koutou, I wrote 3 submissions. I asked that they be taken as read. Today I want to really focus on my own personal experience and submission. I'm a mother, a grandmother, teacher, environmental advocate for my hapu iwi, and for 14 years I taught at the Waikato University about Maori geography and colonial treaties and tribal lands, tracing the experiences of Indigenous peoples who'd been colonised by the British. In every case, treaties were never honoured and sometimes never made, and the results have been the same that we see today. I grew up watching my mother and grandmother fighting for whenua to live on despite their tupuna signing to Tiriti o Waitangi in May 1840, which affirmed their rangatiratanga. Today, like them, I've inherited the same battles while waiting to see Te Tiriti o Waitangi on it. As Donna Aotearoa once wrote, how much longer must we wait for the rights that we should have guaranteed us at Waitangi to our seafood and our land? How long will you treat us as though we can be ignored? Don't you see we're angry? We're angry, we won't wait any longer. When you say we're equal, don't you mean we must become brown-eyed, brown-haired, black-haired Pākehā, our Māoritanga gone? We won't let you do it. We won't let you repeat cultural genocide. We won't become assimilated to Pākehā, degraded to Pākehā. That's where we find ourselves today because of this government bill that has been before this House before, and each time it's been voted down since the early 2006 or so. The government has stated it won't pass the first reading. I submitted on it 3 times to ensure that our opposition, both as iwi, as coastal people, and as whānau, opposition to the bill is clear. I asked that it be withdrawn and for engagement in the kind of constitutional dialogue that respects Māori as equal treaty partners with our own authority and tino rangatiratanga be undertaken. You know, as I wrote these submissions, I couldn't help but reflect on the late Dr. Moana Jackson. Everyone knows he was a Māori lawyer, constitutional expert, activist, who had said many things during his life about treaty justice, constitutional transformation, and Indigenous rights. The Treaty of Waitangi, as designed by the Waitangi Tribunal and the Court of Appeal, provided the framework for the New Zealand government to implement treaty obligations in ways that benefit all of us. These principles have evolved through judicial interpretation and tribunal findings to become practical guides for policy and governance. And for the last 40 years, since the RMA and all that, I've been using them since 1975. I've been working in an environmental space, working with these principles that have actually come from judicial interpretation. People who are putting up principles at the moment, these 3 principles do nothing. They actually undermine the treaty. They have nothing to do with the treaty. They're actually there to take away rights. The key treaty principles of partnership. The principle of partnership recognizes our relationship as one of good faith, reasonableness, and mutual respect. I see none of those. What could happen is there could be joint decision-making bodies with equal Māori representation in areas affecting Māori interests, co-governance arrangements for natural resources and cultural heritage sites, formal consultation processes that genuinely incorporate our perspectives before decisions are made. There's been no consultation on this. This has happened during the holiday period. Protection. Again, we have sort of parts of it in some of our legislation. The government has an obligation to actively protect Māori interests, resources, taonga, and the practical implementation of that could be funding and supporting Māori language revitalisation programs instead of getting rid of them. Legal protection for wāhi tapu and cultural heritage instead of allowing development to go through them, which is happening in Rotorua. Environmental regulation that recognise kaitiakitanga principles, healthcare initiatives, etc. In terms of participation, we have a right to participate in decisions affecting us in this society. This is our country. We signed a treaty to allow others to come here. What's the implementations? Designated Māori seats in Parliament, which people want to get rid of, and in local government. Again, they want to get rid of the wards. Requirements for Māori representation on government boards and committees. Support for Māori business development, economic participation, educational policies that incorporate Māori perspectives and knowledge. And I actually think that some of these people who write these policies, public servants, need to be sat down in a Treaty 101 class and taught about the Treaty of Waitangi and Te Tiriti o Waitangi. because they have such a huge influence on what we're actually having to live with today. In terms of if, in fact, we continue down this track of the current, if the bill is thrown out, there are benefits for everybody. When properly implemented, principles that are there to show you how to implement the treaty will actually help to enhance social cohesion in this country. We need to acknowledge that there are historical injustices and work towards reconciliation, which is what the governments have been doing since 1975. They've been trying. Cultural richness, protecting and promoting our culture is what gives this place a national identity. And that's what people see when they want to see New Zealand. What do they see? They see the haka. Creates unique cultural assets. Environmental stewardship. Incorporating kaitiakitanga with resource management leads to more sustainable environmental practices. Currently, we're seeing those things being washed away. Take out the treaty. There is going to be no stop on any of that development, and the country is going to suffer. Everyone is going to suffer. Economic innovation. Supporting Maori economic development creates business models that often combine commercial success with community benefit. Improved governance will come from power sharing arrangements. So I'm just sort of suggesting that, in fact, instead of trying to pass this so-called bill, that we already have on track certain initiatives that will actually come out with better outcomes for everybody. I could go on and on. I don't want to. I think that this bill is a waste of time. It's certainly wasted my time. A lot of us are extremely busy people who work for free on a whole lot of things, and I think that it should be consigned to the rubbish bin and should never have been given the light of day, given the fact that it's been thrown out by Parliament before. Thank you.
Thank you, Angeline. We've got time for questions. First one from Todd Stevenson.
Thanks, Angeline. Thank you for submitting. In the bill as drafted, in principle 2, it basically acknowledges and protects treaty settlements. Do you think as drafted that that's appropriate?
Oh, definitely not. We're one of the iwis that lodged the claim in 1989 and have not settled yet. So therefore, you're only going to look at treaty settlements that are already in place. So those of us that don't have treaty settlements, and there are several around the country, where do we fit? Our rights come from the Treaty of Waitangi. It doesn't come from a treaty settlement. It comes from the treaty itself. What we're getting there is compensation for wrongs done. That's not a living document that provides a pathway for a shared future in New Zealand. I mean, the treaty was really clear. It's really simple to read. It's got 3 articles. It's not that difficult. One of them, kawanatanga, go there. You've got all these people coming to town. Look after your people. We look after ours. Number 1. Number 2, rangatiratanga. We have the right to look after ourselves and do our own thing with our lands. That hasn't happened. And number 3, we have the rights of British subjects, the right to vote, the right to have representation, the right to participate in these processes.
Thanks, Angeline. Thanks, Todd. Are there any further questions for Angeline? There don't appear to be any. Look, I'll just, on behalf of the committee, extend our gratitude to you, Angeline, for being with us here this morning, presenting on the bill. I know you mentioned that you feel like you've got some better things to do, but we did appreciate your time and presence with us either way. So thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go now to the next submission from Derryn Brenan. And Daryl should be joining us online. Now, there actually is a gap in the program. Yes. So Daryl might be a little bit, sorry, Derryn, sorry, Derryn. I'm getting my names mixed up. Derryn, thank you for being with the committee. We have you with us for 5 minutes this morning. Thanks for jumping on slightly early. We had a wee gap in our program, but I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation. Derryn, you're on mute at the moment.
Apologies. Is that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you. We can hear you.
I am in support of the bill, and I believe it's time for New Zealand to have this discussion. My concern is that the treaty itself is not a legally enforceable document in New Zealand courts, and the phrase principles of the Treaty of Waitangi was first used in the Waitangi Act 1975, but that list of principles hasn't really been finalised, and they're determined on a case-by-case basis. Principles are now referenced in many laws, as well as corporate handbooks and even job descriptions. But we don't really have a definitive list of what they really mean. They're generally accepted as partnership, participation, and protection, concepts that are loosely tied to the original treaty, but are lofty and ill-defined. The fact that those treaty nor the principles are not formalised anywhere is problematic because they're open to interpretation, open to redress at a later date, and open to political manipulation. Indeed, the idea of ceding sovereignty has already become something of a political football, where for many years it was accepted as the fact that the treaty did guarantee the ceding of sovereignty that has now been debated by even members of parliament. And that causes problems for us because if there is no sovereignty ceded in any way, how can the government form and how can the Crown govern? And logically, how can we build partnership and understand what partnership between two parties are when there was no sovereignty ceded? The continuous evolution of interpretation of both the treaty and its principles has a potential to open some very serious doors as to how government can actually govern, and it could get messy very quickly. And I feel that although there's always going to be debate, because there should be, we should have the opportunity to at least discuss the implementation of putting these principles into law. I believe that New Zealanders want clarity on the treaty, fair and just system for everybody, and for everybody, including no matter how they trace their whakapapa. We need to be clear on what was agreed in our founding document and ensure it's honoured. And as the lady before me said, they're having trouble getting things honoured because there's no clarity on what it was actually promised. So I feel like this treaty principles bill presented by ACT is designed to bring clarity. The principles that they outline reflect the original treaty, replacing the lofty ideals of partnership with more concrete principles that can be codified in law and understood by all. So that's why I wanted to submit my support of that bill.
Thank you, Derryn. Thank you for your original submission and for speaking to it today. I'll go to a question from Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, and thank you for submitting. We actually heard from some of the original architects of the concept of the principles of the treaty that they were never publicly consulted on. Do you think that that was a mistake or could have been done differently?
I think it probably could be more consulted on. The problem with consultation is that it takes a very long time and you sometimes get some very heated discussion, but I think we just need to grow up and have these discussions and get it out in the open. And I'm a little bit frustrated with Mr. Luxon for trying to sweep this under the carpet and refusing to have the discussion. So I think we do need to have the discussion. Yeah, for sure.
Thanks, Derryn. Thanks, Todd. Look, in defence of Mr. Luxon, it's hardly sweeping it under the carpet when we're having 80 hours of public hearings on it. But look, I take your submission, Derryn, and just want to acknowledge you for being with us today, and just thank you on behalf of the committee for providing your submission.
Thanks so much.
We'll now go to submission from Te Kahui Rarounga, and I think hopefully joining us online will be Kirikowhai Mikaere and Rikirangi Gage. What have we got 10? Kia ora Kirikowhai, thank you for joining the committee. I'll just double check if you're expecting a colleague on with you. Otherwise, we'll hand over to you to just begin your presentation.
Kia ora, yes I am. He's here on the screen as well.
Over to you.
Ka pai, tēnā koutou. Tēnei te tuku mihi atu kia koutou, mai ia māua, o te rā mai ia mātou o te Kahui Rarounga. Kei konei Rikirangi Gage, te tihi o ngā rangatira o tō tātou kaupapa. Kei konei a hau Kirikowhai Mikaere, te pauarahi me ki te aho tapu o te kaupapa o te Kahui Rarounga. So I just want to extend our mihi to everybody. Myself, the pauarahi for Te Kahui Rarounga and one of our trustees, Rikirangi Gage, is here today on behalf of Te Kahui Rarounga, the operational arm of the Data Iwi Leadership Group, which comes under the National Iwi Chairs Forum. And I know we've had other representatives from the different iwi leaders groups from our National Iwi Chairs Forum, which represents over 80 iwi across Aotearoa. We want to thank you for the opportunity to provide an oral submission on the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. Te Kāhuiraranga plays a vital role in fostering Māori data governance, protection, and ethical use of data for the betterment of iwi, hapu, and whānau Māori. We take our submission as read, and I'll use some of our time today to address 3 key points. 1, our response to the bill. 2, to provide greater context on Māori data, how and why Te Tiriti is vital to its protection, and lastly, highlighting the impact this bill could have on non-iwi Māori-led organisations such as ours, Te Kāhuiraranga. First and foremost, Te Kāhuiraranga strongly opposes the Treaty Principles Bill. We urge you to withdraw the bill in its entirety. Te Kāhuiraranga absolutely rejects the notion that the principles outlined in the bill can fully encapsulate the treaty's intent, especially in relation to Māori data sovereignty. Māori data sovereignty means full, unambiguous control of Māori data by Māori. Māori data is a taonga and is guaranteed tino rangatiratanga in the treaty. Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a mutual agreement that guarantees iwi Māori tino rangatiratanga over all aspects of our taonga, including our data. Māori data is data that is produced by, for, and about Māori. It is digital or digitizable data, information or knowledge, including mātauranga Māori, that is about, from, or connected to te ao Māori. Te Kāhuiraranga absolutely rejects the notion that the principles outlined in this bill can fully encapsulate Te Tiriti's intent, especially in relation to Māori data sovereignty afforded to us through Article 2 of Te Tiriti. While the digitisation of data is a fairly modern practice, Māori have always been designers and users of data. We have collected, stored, translated, and transmitted data and shared it through generations. An example of this is within our whare tupuna, our meeting houses. Our data is stored within whakairo, carvings, or tukutuku panels, weavings, and this is translated and transmitted through whai kōrero, speeches, waiata, songs, and pūrākau stories. Māori data is a taonga that requires culturally grounded models of protection and care. It is of immense strategic value to iwi, hapu, and whānau Māori. It is our voice for positive change, well-being, and a prosperous future for our mokopuna. Māori data is also of immense strategic value to the Crown for their own strategic planning. It is vital that Māori hold authority over our own data to ensure our taonga is not harvested and used to perpetuate harm to our people, as has historically been seen across the areas of education, health, and justice, just to name a few. By exercising our rights under Te Tiriti, Te Kāhuiraranga has made progress towards Māori data sovereignty. Examples are the advocating for iwi Māori to have access to their data through Te Ara Takatu, a program at Statistics New Zealand, facilitating a pilot for iwi-led census collection, which not only built the capability of collections in our community, but helped build the response rates and improve response rates in our areas. And releasing the Māori descent and iwi affiliation data from the 2023 census through our By Iwi, For Iwi data visualization platform, Te Whata. This bill fails to address the core issue of Māori ownership over our own data. It also has the potential to undermine this progress and severely damage the already low trust between Māori and the Crown to collect, store, and utilise data. Te Kāhuiraranga operates under the mandate of the National Iwi Chairs Forum, however, it is not a settled treaty entity. In the bill, there is a lack of recognition and protections for organisations such as ours due to the absence of a treaty settlement. Without Te Tiriti recognition, we are excluded from the full scope of protections under the bill, leaving our efforts vulnerable to exploitation and misuse by Crown and other entities. Article 2 of Te Tiriti guarantees Māori rangatiratanga over our lands, our people, and our taonga. It is up to Māori how our taonga, such as data, are protected. It is not for the Crown to redefine. Thank you for your time today. Tēnā koutou. we welcome any questions.
Thank you, Hikoikoi. Thank you for your submission. We've got a question from Celia Wade-Brown.
Tēnā koe, Hikoikoi. I'm interested whether the way you've been able to very clearly interpret the articles of Te Tiriti for modern IP, you're probably looking at AI. Is that an example of why the 1840 Te Tiriti does not need reinterpretation of its principles?
I'll answer a little bit and then I'll pass over to Rikirangi, who I know will also have valuable contribution. But essentially, yes, the articles, the agreement, in our perspective, has been future-proofed for this new world. And particularly for us, Article 2 guarantees tino rangatiratanga for Māori over our taonga. We interpret data to be a taonga. We have that written in and recognised in many of our documents. Rikirangi might have some further kōrero to add.
No, I'm just interested in the relationship between 1840 and principles. In 1840, we basically had a document with words and exclusive and undisturbed possession of lands and taonga is pretty clear to me. And in terms of Article 2, basically guaranteed our mana rangatiratanga over our things of importance to us.
Kia ora.
Thanks, Celia. Look, I just had one quick question on this. It's around that data sovereignty issue, and I don't have it clear in my head. Who owns my data and my information, then my personal data? Is it me or is it Ngāi Tahu in my case?
It's a combination. You most definitely as an individual. But what Te Tiriti allows us is to recognise not just the rights of an individual, but the rights of the collective. And when you identify and use the variable of your iwi affiliation, that's not a variable that only belongs to you. That's a variable that recognises your rights and responsibilities back to the collective.
But is that right that another group or body has rights in my own data and my property and me? Can that be morally right?
If you connect and match that collective variable to your individual data, then there is a conversation around that with your collective iwi entity. And it is for us to have that conversation around how we use that to the best of our people's, I guess, aspirations towards well-being.
And the final one for that is that would I then need to give permission for that individually, or can that permission be granted on a collective basis? Because I'm kind of in alignment with many views on this, is that we take privacy protections probably a bit too far when it comes to sharing data that would help create and influence programs. But my fear would be that you carve out one rule for me and one rule for my mum, which says that you have to ask her permission to get her data, but you wouldn't have to ask mine.
No, I think, really encourage the panel to look at the Māori data governance model, which talks about making sure that we do get consent from individuals to be able to use their data. Okay, and look, thank you. I appreciate that. And that, I think it's a great discussion to have in a wider context. And I've probably taken up too much time this morning, but it's a complicated issue, and I think it's helpful to try and tease that stuff out, but I'll leave it for another day. Just want to acknowledge you both for being with us this morning to speak on a relatively new topic for us, and one which is interesting after quite a few days of submissions which tend to roll into each other. So I just want to acknowledge your submission today and thank you both for being with us this morning.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think we do have the Logos project with us, so we're going to go to representatives from the Logos project, and that's Jen Martinez, who's the CEO, and Danielle Webb, who's the Community Engagement Manager.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, kia ora. Thank you for being with the committee this morning. We've got you with us for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou, ko Jen toko ingoa. He tau iwi aho, no Filipinas aho. My name is Jen, I'm a New Zealand-born Filipino, and I'm the CEO of the Logos Project.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for having us. My name is Danielle Webb. I descend from Ngāpuhi and Pākehā descent.
We are presenting on behalf of the Logos Project, a Maris Catholic Youth Development Organisation and intergenerational community. We have been working with young people primarily in Tāmaki Makaurau for over 25 years. Our work focuses on empowering young people to be transformational leaders in their communities in a world that desperately needs good leadership. Our programs equip young people with important life skills and values such as manaakitanga, integrity, inclusiveness, acceptance of diversity, solidarity with the marginalized, critical thinking, community building, and acting with authenticity. Young people face many barriers to living a fulfilling life, and the current government has actively made these things harder for many by prioritizing economic growth over the well-being of struggling communities and the protection of our environment. As youth workers, we know that when people experience hardship and struggle, it can be tempting to put their own needs before the needs of the collective. This often requires focusing on what divides us rather than what unites us. A lot of our mahi is about developing young leaders to be secure in their identity and belonging so that when they face struggle, they are not tempted to marginalize others out of fear of being excluded themselves. We believe insecurity about a sense of identity and belonging in this land lies at the heart of the Treaty Principles Bill and has pitted proponents of the bill against the collective that is founded on Te Tiriti o Waitangi.
As a community and organisation, we, with absolute certainty, oppose the Treaty Principles Bill. As our written submission states, we recommend that the Select Committee reject the bill and prevent it from processing further. We urge the Select Committee to adopt the recommendations of legal, constitutional and treaty experts such as Ani Makaere, Annette Sykes, Jane Kelsey, the Waitangi Tribunal, to name a few. We join with other organisations, grassroots communities and social movements such as Action Station, Toitu Te Tiriti, People for Palestine, Common Grace Aotearoa, Asians Supporting Tino Rangatiratanga, again only to name a few, in stating that this bill does not align with the values we have mentioned. These communities represent hundreds of thousands of people. And to echo Iru Kapakingi, we hope that you have counted these numbers in opposition to this bill. There are many people, young people in particular, who have not been equipped to utilise the democratic tool of the Select Committee.
We are not legal experts or treaty experts, and so we are not going to speak from a legal or constitutional perspective. Others have done a very good job of that already. We speak as experts on young people and as community, drawing on the values of our faith, our tipuna, and of the people on the ground doing the hard work in our communities. Namely, the values of inclusion, integrity, and good faith, manaakitanga, and justice. We know from our youth work that these values often don't need to be taught. Young people are quick to name them as important foundations for our communities that uphold one another's dignity. So even if these values are somewhat intuitive, we often need to be reminded of them so that we can put them into practice when we feel threatened. The entire process of the Treaty Principles Bill being introduced to Parliament and brought before the Select Committee has given all New Zealanders an opportunity to put our values into practice. Speaking from our values, we want to reiterate that we are absolutely opposed to the Treaty Principles Bill.
We're opposed to the very existence of this bill for three main reasons. Firstly, because it spreads misinformation. The proponents of this bill have actively spread misinformation about Te Tiriti, claiming that Maori ceded sovereignty to the Crown in 1840, and that Te Tiriti gives rangatiratanga to all New Zealanders equally. Claims have been made before this very Select Committee that co-governance based on Maori sovereignty is incompatible with democracy and threatens the human rights of New Zealanders. We recognise this to be misinformation, but not everyone has access to the facts or to credible treaty education. We think of young people who are not always equipped to navigate a world in which misinformation circulates on seemingly credible platforms. Secondly, the very existence of this bill has contributed to division in this country. The misinformation we have just mentioned has pitted many New Zealanders against Māori and those who support tino rangatiratanga. The current treaty principles and the laws that codify them have been framed as race-based policies that give Māori the upper hand. This causes people to believe that we have something to lose by honouring te tiriti, when history shows us that Māori have and continue to be generous in their manaakitanga. And finally, this bill has emboldened and given a public platform to people who are anti-Māori and anti-te tiriti. Spreading misinformation about te tiriti and leveraging divisive public debates, the proponents of this bill have created an appetite for anti-Māori and anti-te tiriti legislation, such as the Fast Tracks Bill, the disestablishment of Te Aka Whai Ora, the defunding of Te Reo Māori, the removal of Section 7AA from Oranga Tamariki, and the removal of our stories from the history curriculum. These policies and laws directly harm Māori and only serve to benefit the wealthy minority.
While we oppose the Treaty Principles Bill, there are many things that we stand for. We stand for the absolute rangatiratanga of iwi Māori, and we want to see this recognised and upheld in accordance with te tiriti. We stand for co-governance model that is in line with the vision of Mātiki Mai and which will require constitutional transformation. We want to see more treaty education in our schools and in our communities, and this should be well-funded and credible. With the wealth of expertise and knowledge about te tiriti, there is no excuse for misinformation. We want to see stronger leadership from our government in addressing treaty misinformation in Parliament and on public platforms.
We mentioned at the beginning that we are a Catholic community, and so we would like to finish with a quick story about how the Catholic faith found its way to this land. The story was shared with us by a rangatira in our community who is also a descendant of Ngāpuhi. For those of you who are familiar with Hokianga and the stories of Ngāpuhi, you will know that the Hokianga harbour is protected by two taniwha, Arai Te Uru and Niwa. The water at the entrance of Hokianga is very rough. The passage into the harbour requires knowledge of mātauranga of the local area. When Bishop Pompelia, the first Catholic bishop in Aotearoa, arrived, his first point of contact was through the Hokianga harbour. On the day that he arrived, the waters at the entrance of the harbour were completely calm, allowing the boat safe entry. It is said that the initial acceptance of Pompelia and the Catholic faith in Te Tai Tokoro has been attributed to the fact that Arai Te Uru and Niwa allowed Pompelia safe passage into Hokianga.
In sharing this story, we do not wish to minimise the harm that the Church has done by contributing to colonisation, both before and after the signing of Te Tiriti. We share it because we want to highlight the parts of our history where tangata whenua extended generosity and manaaki to tau iwi, eventually inviting them to be tangata tiriti. Proponents of the bill have attempted to erase stories like this in an effort to diminish the mana of te tiriti. These stories remind us that we, as individuals and as a Catholic community, are here by the good graces of the rangatira who signed te tiriti. We join the hundreds of thousands of New Zealanders in calling for a rejection of this bill. Toi tu te tiriti.
Thank you, Jen and Danielle, for presenting to us this morning on behalf of the Logos Project. We appreciate your submission and your time being with us.
Hold up.
We're going to go to our next submission from Michael Fox. Michael, online? Yes. Michael's going to join us online.
just while we're waiting, Mr. Chair, just to let you know, Laura will be taking over for ACT from now on.
All good.
Thank you.
Todd, just real quick, my computer said it's going to run
One
an
second,
update.
1 second, Laura, you are live online, just before you have a private discussion. Mike, you are with us. You just need to turn your camera on and you'll be able to participate with the committee.
Thank you. Just 1 sec, please.
Mike, good morning. Thanks for joining the committee. We've got you for a 5-minute presentation this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin.
Thank you. It's an honour to be here to be able to present to you today. I'm here before the committee because I am gravely concerned over New Zealand's future democracy, racial harmony and prosperity. I want my children and grandchildren to be able to be one under the law and to have a future of equality in the land of their birth. Since the 1980s, I have witnessed the steady erosion of democracy, a reduction in prosperity, and increasing racial division like never seen before. The latter increasing exponentially over the last 7 years. In 1908, my grandmother was literally starved out of Southern Ireland and headed alone as an uneducated and destitute 14-year-old to New Zealand. She endured much personal hardship, but educated herself and crucially worked hard to become a successful business person, running retail stores, small hotels and boarding houses, and this was in times when banks would not lend to women. She was somewhat ahead of her time and succeeded in what would have then been a patriarchal society. Her hardship galvanised her determination and her attitude for a better future. I share this with you because not once did I hear her complain about her plight that forced her out of her homeland. She could have looked back to the unfair way the English had treated the Irish, dwelt on that and continually sought remediation and encouraged following generations to make this their highest pursuit and harbour this as well. But her way was forward and not allowing herself to be a victim of the past. She made a good life for herself and her family regardless of the cards she was dealt. I'm not for 1 minute espousing that grievances of the past should not be pragmatically addressed. However, the current trajectory of forever looking backwards has created a nation of racial division, victimhood, and ongoing settlement dependence. It has resulted in an ever-creeping differential treatment and privileges depending on their ancestry. History clearly evidences that this is not a recipe for a united and prosperous nation going forward. Citizens should be treated on a needs basis, not on race. Unless we're all equal under the law and treated with the same care and opportunities, we will never be a successful nation like we once were. New Zealand is at a tipping point, and this Treaty Principles Bill is needed now more than ever to set the foundation right for a cohesive and prosperous nation. The vague status quo of leaving it to the courts and unelected officials has proven not to work for all Kiwis. It has resulted in an unrealistic sense of racial entitlement and national disharmony. If we haven't been able to resolve the past and been able to shut the door on the Charitable settlement process after 50 years, then something is seriously wrong with the process. It cannot continue indefinitely. It's time to set a sunset so we can all look forward and work harmoniously together. This is why we need strong political leadership to push through what is right for the best interests long-term of the entire nation. That may not please everyone, but without it, the future is very dim. There is currently a disconnect between what the nation wants and what the politicians think. Politicians have their heads in the sand if they think this will solve itself, and they ignore it at their electoral peril. 300 plus submissions underline the seriousness of this constitutional issue. I will share with you this analogy. I see New Zealand as akin to a big family. Now consider what happens to a family when siblings are treated differently or one is favoured by the parents. You end up with a dysfunctional family that is divided and often destroyed by jealousy and an unjustified sense of unfairness. This is exactly what is happening within New Zealand society right now, disharmony and division, primarily as a result of race-based privileges and different treatment. For New Zealand to be successful in the future, we cannot continue in the way we have for the last 50 years. We need to help break the cycles of victimhood and dependence on the state. Give a man a fish and he will be fed for a day. Teach him to fish and he will never be hungry again. That is the space and the direction New Zealand needs to be heading in. We are all under the law, all one under the law, and need to be, or the country will become an unhappy, racially divided Pacific backwater with the continuation of the loss of our greatest asset. That is the bright and prosperous who will rightfully flee this land for better opportunities and equality. Unity or division, we are at the crossroads. This bill should be allowed to pass to referendum and let the nation as an entirety decide democratically once and all its destiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Look, that's perfectly timed, well on 5 minutes. So that's the end of the session. So on behalf of the committee, just want to acknowledge you for being with us and for your presentation. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to a final submission for the morning session, and it is from Kibosh Food Rescue. And so I'd just like to welcome Susie Robertson and Mark Ratcliffe into the room. We've got you for a 5-minute submission this afternoon, so I'll hand over to you to take it away.
Kia ora. Ina mana, ina reo, ina iwi, e rau rangatira tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko waio, he tangata tiriti o, he tauiwi Pākehā o, ko Susie Robertson toko ingoa. I'm Susie Robertson, the Chief Executive of Kibosh Food Rescue, and joining me online is Mark Ratcliffe, Chairperson of the Kibosh Board. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak today, knowing that many people and organisations will not have the chance. I begin by acknowledging Te Tiriti o Waitangi as my tūranga waiwai, my rightful place to stand in this beautiful country I call home. I honour the mana of those who came before me and the many people I represent here today on behalf of Kibosh. Kibosh is Aotearoa's first dedicated food rescue organisation. What started humbly in 2008, just a few sandwiches donated by Wishbone to a volunteer supporting women at Women's Refuge, has grown into a movement. Fast forward to 2025, Kibosh now operates from 3 bases in Pōneke, Pituoni and Paraparaumu. Last year, we rescued and redistributed over 760,000 kgs of food from a variety of food businesses, the equivalent of providing more than 2 million meals worth of food to 154 community groups and charities across the Greater Wellington region. Our mission is zero food poverty, zero food waste, and sadly, we are not there yet. The most recent New Zealand Health Survey paints a stark picture of food insecurity in this country. 1 in 4 children live in households that sometimes or more often run out of food. For Māori, this figure increases to 1 in 3. Meanwhile, Aotearoa produces enough food to feed 50 million people. These numbers are not just statistics. They reflect the daily struggles of real children, individuals, and families in our communities. And yet, here we are today discussing a bill that would create further division rather than addressing systematic inequalities. Some proponents of this bill claim that Māori receive special privileges. If that were true, why do Māori continue to experience increasing rates of food hardship, homelessness, re-imprisonment, unemployment, youth vaping rates, female lung cancer rates, heart disease, diabetes? These are not privileges. These are the lasting impacts of colonisation, exacerbated by policies that failed to prioritise equity. Non-Māori New Zealanders were, until this bill reared its ugly head, happily embracing the concept that Māori values and culture are an intrinsic part of who we are as a country. This bill promotes a regressive, Eurocentric as best ideology and ignores the significant progress and attitudes that successive governments have enabled over the last 30 years. Bills like this fuel harmful discourse, distracting from the real work that needs to be done. For that reason, Kibosh strongly opposes this bill and urges the Select Committee to reject it in its entirety. Instead, we call on the government to honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi, engage in genuine partnership with Māori, work towards a more equitable Aotearoa that is fair, just and flourishing. Finally, I want to echo the words of Ganesh Nana, Kaibosh's treasurer, who stated in his submission that the government should also issue a formal apology to Māori for ever allowing this bill to be read. Ngā mihi for your time today. Mark and I welcome your pātai.
Thank you, Susie. No, yeah, this is Susie and Mark, sorry, apologies. We'll go to one question from Todd Stevenson.
Thank you both for being here. It was actually Annette Sykes this morning who used the term privileges in relation to Maori. I think she was talking basically about them having different rights and responsibilities. Does it concern you that different people in our community could have different rights and responsibilities based on their ancestry?
I'm going to hand over to Mark, who hasn't had a chance to say anything, to answer that one.
Mark, you're on mute.
So I was keeping quiet. I don't think we see we didn't hear what Annette Sykes had to say earlier on the day. It's a little hard to then comment on what somebody else had to say, but we don't see that the different parts of New Zealand are given different rights. We just see it as important that we honour the treaty in the way it was written.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Todd. That's the time we have for our submission this afternoon. So just want to acknowledge you both for being with us, and also just thank you for the work that you do out there in the community. It's very much appreciated. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay, it's probably apt that we do now take a break for lunch. So we will reconvene at, I think I've got 12:45 is the next submission. So I'll see you run back online at 12:45.